Hey, Jay. healthy.
Hey, councillors, we'll get going shortly. We've got an opportunity to grab 10 minutes, so we might as well.
Yep.
And just going to shift Vanessa Briggs up to her space now. So you all good with that? We'll reconvene and get going with this afternoon session. Thank you, and welcome to everyone else in the room down the back there. Vanessa, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and councillors and staff. I've looked at the assistance capping details here, and I'll be quite honest, I don't understand them. I don't know how you arrived at the figures. Obviously, I don't have the formula here. But obviously, if the adjusted rate cap for North Bruce, which I'm on, in Tokoiti, is going to be for next year's rates $578 per unit, then that's an increase of $177 per unit. Adding GST for 2 units, it will increase my rates to $407.50. Like I said, I could be wrong, but that's how I see it. It's a 44% increase. I believe there needs to be more time given to this proposal, more information on how the figures are arrived at, and more information on what the next 5 years will look like in terms of gathering this money. Clearly, I do not support the increase in my rents, and I believe that Council should make the decisions when the CCO is established, which is next year, I believe, and give us more information on how this will pan out in the future. So at the moment, I do not support it. I'd like to see another option maybe in getting the money together. Maybe something like houses within the rural schemes could be that don't have any farms attached to them, could be at a different rate to maybe what the farms could be attached at, where they're getting income from other sources. So that's basically it. I can't support it at the moment because I don't have enough information. And with an increase of some $407, is quite high. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. I've got a question, but it's probably not directed at you. So Tokoiti, Councillor Crosty, that's on the North Bruce scheme, is it?
At the moment.
At the moment. And they probably didn't have the same level of detail, the residents, than the water schemes would have got. Is that right?
No, unless they were at the water scheme meeting.
At the water scheme meeting to get a full comprehension. Hence, Briggs not understanding the full methodology. Do you think we could she's already spoken to her submission, but is there a chance we could get some paperwork for her just to show where the methodology was? Councillor McAtamney.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just on that, Vanessa, you mentioned the 177 potential increase in the North Bruce water rate. But I do have a couple of numbers for you. Currently, you're paying 401.
That's right.
That would go to 516 if we just use the existing rating method.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have a $115 increase, and then what we're proposing would add another $62 to the 20%. But you're still looking at a substantial increase of 115. And then there'll be 62 additional if we were to use the assistance kit.
May I reply? Well, that's what so I've got it right. It will be $578.
Yes, but I'm just saying that if the forecast rate, excluding the cap, you would still be paying $560 or $115 extra.
Well, that's a more reasonable amount, possibly. I haven't looked at it from that way, but outside of it.
Hopefully it helps. Oh, no, thank you. And no more questions, sorry. Vanessa. And while she's here, she's going to speak to her other item, which is in the book, two, page 100.
Thank you again, Mayor and councillors and staff. There are many apologies. There have been a lot of people from Tokoiti who would like to have been here today. Thankfully, they're working. There's not many of us senior ones around to come today. I'll start off by, in February in 2026, this year, many of us received notice from Council and Fulton Hogan. Upcoming improvement work in your area, planned improvement work, chip sealing. Our contractors will be doing this and that. Residents will be allowed access to their properties, may require the use of driveways, etc., etc. Sweeping and picking up of loose chip will be completed after the seal has stabilised. And they'll come and tidy up about 6 weeks later. We apologise for any inconvenience. Should you have any questions or difficulties, please phone council. Nothing has happened. Some of us queried why on earth we got this in our letterboxes and weren't very happy when nothing did occur. However, it was 5 years ago that Spurn and Dudgeon streets were sealed. We questioned this at the time and do so again. Why only part of the community? We believed then and still do that all the criteria for sealing the remaining streets are met. Density of the houses is much the same on all of the streets. Volume of traffic has increased. Road safety and the environment are being continually compromised and enough to warrant remedying. As for funding, the whole community has contributed over many years through council's roading rates. And as you know, sealed extensions are also funded by government in providing 37% of the cost. However, because these streets were left out of sealing 5 years ago, we believe council has created a situation where spaces between sealing have become very noticeable and driving conditions have been made worse. It has been recognised that gaps in roading surfaces and uneven roads can have poor outcomes in regards to feelings of social cohesion. In short, there is now a lack of community connectivity. This has been spoken between many residents. Hence, we have all the signatures from nearly all the community. In our submission, we put a map. I hope you all got it. If you go to that map, back road is sealed. Then turn right into Dowsing. The seal only goes so far. It's loose metal and low lying there. Along Dowsing, there's another bit of seal with the intersection of Spurn, and going all the way around into Clare Street, it's loose metal all the way around there. Then you come to the seal on Dudgeon Street, and then again loose metal on Smith. Go down to Smith, again back onto seal. 6 changes in road conditions. As I said, in Dowsing Street, it floods here. It's low-lying and the road is in very poor shape. It's narrow, there's big ditches on either side, and it's not easy to pass 2 cars. You have to slow right down. In Tokoiti, we have a diverse population, but they have plenty of visitors and plenty of children about. Some children like to come and look at the ponies with their parents. Other children belong to the families. So it's a very well-used area. We also see the grader coming backwards and forwards. It's not solving the problems. Surely costs here could be diverted for sealing. We have noted, unfortunately, our district debt is eye-watering. But we are not asking for anything that is outside of council's core activities. Unless there is some reason for not sealing the roads or streets, then we need to know about it. We've noted that thankfully there's been a few changes in the signs around Tokoiti. Reduced speed outside the school, and 70k signs have been installed on a couple of roads. We've noticed that, which is helping. We did ask in our original submission for council to help get the speed down to 50k throughout Tokoiti, and we ask that you seek that opportunity when it arises. However, council, we at Tokoiti ask you, please close the gaps, make our streets safe with an even surface to drive on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. It would have been good to have a look at the letter that you received in your submission. I'm totally unaware of that myself. Sorry.
Would you like to pass it to me, please? Thank you.
Any councillors, any questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you for your submission. When was that letter put in your mailbox?
February this year.
And you mentioned that you rang the council and asked why nothing was to be done. What was the answer?
Sorry?
You rang the council and asked why nothing had happened?
No, we didn't, because we were waiting.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you rang the council and asked why.
No, we didn't contact council, but nothing happened. But it came from council and Fulton Hogan.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
very
your
much.
submission, Vanessa. What sort of traffic count does that shortcut? How many vehicles a day?
It'd be, especially during working days, there'd be a few people using, especially if they're working at like the quarries, forestry. And
Are we talking hundreds or?
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be up to 5-10 a day, but they do go through them fairly quickly.
Thank you.
Councillor McCroskey.
Probably a question to Jules and Steve. Would that time of the letter be about the time that the pipe work was going in down back road?
Could be, but Fulton Hogan was installed there, different contractor.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, thank you very much for making the effort to come along and speak to us today. You did very well.
Thank you.
For your first time. That was great. Thank you very much. Becky, moving on to Alcohol Health Watch, are they available?
Yes, we've got them online. Yeah.
Lovely. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Jennifer, are you holding the floor here or?
Andrew.
Andrew,
We'll take turns on questions, Your Worship.
you're welcome.
Going to get straight in?
Yep, please.
Kia ora, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. By way of introduction, I'm Andrew Galloway. I'm the Executive Director here at Alcohol Health Watch, and I'm joined by my colleague, Jennifer Lamb. We thank you for the opportunity to submit on licensing fees as part of the feedback on your proposed fees and charges for the years 26-27. We're a national organisation providing credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding local alcohol policy and planning matters. We coordinate the cross-council local alcohol policy network of projects that support the sector and communities minimise alcohol harm. We know that of all drugs available in society, alcohol is the most harmful. It's the leading cause of preventable death, injury, ill health in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The harms are far-reaching and felt deeply by individuals, whānau and community. Alcohol places a significant burden on the district, the region and nationally. The latest cost estimate is 9.1 billion. We know that what evidence there is likely an underestimate of the total burden of disease that particularly affect vulnerable groups, those at greatest risk, such as young people, Māori and Pacific people, and those in high socio-economic deprivation to the worst. And we're here today to talk to you about licensing fees and encourage the council to make an alcohol fees bylaw. A fees bylaw would enable the council to set fees that realistically reflect the costs incurred by council in administering, monitoring and enforcing alcohol laws. This scheme was set up with local government at the centre, and it has a key role supporting a system of control over the sale of alcohol. Your alcohol licensing regime and fee setting is an important component of that system, and part of a package of measures when used comprehensively can create safer environments, significantly minimise rates of hazardous drinking and subsequently minimise alcohol harm. This includes alcohol control bylaws, local alcohol policies and other related plans and policies. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 envisaged full cost recovery for alcohol licensing. However, the fees prescribed by the Sale of Alcohol Fees Regulations 2013 have not kept pace with the costs faced by council. We've heard from councils who've raised concerns that they are effectively subsidising their alcohol licensing work, including monitoring and enforcement, district licensing committee, secretariat and members through general rates. The shortfall in revenue is likely to be compounded if the sale and supply of alcohol improving alcohol regulation amendment bill is enacted. The bill is expected to change risk-based cost formulas for clubs, restaurants, and introduce additional administrative requirements relating to the standing of objectives, certification requirements, the right of reply, changes to renewals of licences and other related processes. These proposed changes are likely to place further pressure on council's resources, particularly licensing inspectors, with the potential additional costs to arise through future regulations made at the recommendation of the Minister. The fees on your council's website indicate that the regulation fees will continue to apply for the year 26-27. However, we encourage councils to make a specific bylaw, and a growing number of councils are doing so. These bylaws could cover the actual costs of alcohol licensing in the district as far as allowed. A bylaw is a logical option for your council, even more so given the predicted increase in costs. The council setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives of the licensing regime, mainly to recover the total reasonable costs incurred by council in administering the alcohol licensing system, to ensure that those who create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the commensurate costs, to allow local circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by council, and to minimise alcohol harm to the extent that this can be achieved through a cost recovery regime. In closing, an alcohol fees bylaw that sets the fees that reflect the true cost of alcohol licensing is not only an effective harm reduction measure, but also supports positive community outcomes that aligns with the council's strategic goals. Your worship, councillors, that's our submission. We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillors, any questions, please? Councillor McTammon.
Yes, thank you. Just listening to that, I was wondering, I hadn't heard or was unaware that we weren't charging the full cost for licensing fees. Have you actually worked that out for the Clutha District Council? How do you work that out?
That's a great question, Councillor. We haven't worked it out specifically for your council. However, I think there's about 10 councils who have done an alcohol fees bylaw, and there's a range of fees that councils are charging. We could give through the period a spreadsheet of how those councils have worked out those costs. And I think it's fair to say that if the fees were developed in 2013, and we're now bidding almost 40 years later, costs will have increased, and those fees that were envisaged in 2013 would not meet the grade in terms of covering full cost recovery.
We don't know of any council that has the regulation fees that meet the costs of licensing. And this is, came up at Local Government New Zealand 18 last year, and there was a remit that the Local Government New Zealand are working on to encourage the government to increase the fees under the regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No further questions? Of course. Oh, well, thank you for making the time and doing the effort to submit to us. That was lovely, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Now we're down to Hillary, Catlins Coast Incorporated. Welcome, Hillary.
So, Your Worship, councillors, staff, thank you for the opportunity to submit. I'm Hillary McNabb, for those that don't know me, and Chair of Catlins Coast Incorporated. And with me here is Lisa Viginato, our project coordinator. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm not going to be here for very long. One of our objectives as Catlins Coast is to protect the Catlins natural environment and cultural resources, enhance education in terms of those who visit it, and be responsible for promoting our care code. Some of this is achieved through panels, hence our request for some help with a new panel down at Punawea. The current map at Punawea was originally in the information kiosk in the playground in Awaka. It was moved around several sheds before finally being placed at Punawea. The kiosk is now at the cemetery, and we don't know where the map originally came from. So we would really like to replace it with our Catlins purple map, which we have here, minus the advertising that's on the back of it.
It was sent as part of the supporting documentation, so it's just the map, not the advertising.
So it will be a rather large version of that. The new owners of the Punawea camping ground are very supportive of this project, re the map and care code. That's really all I want to add. Have you got anything to add on that one?
Yeah, just since we put the submission forward, we've given quotes to print the map, and which is stated there in the submission alongside the care code. However, if we were to print them together collectively, because there's apparently setup costs in that, the figure that isn't included in that submission, if we were to do them together, it's cheaper, and it comes at $455.38 inclusive of GST. So that's $455.38. So that's really the only additional information for the quotes.
Okay. The other part of our submission was regarding the Purakanui Falls as a safety risk. We would just like to highlight the issues with visitors crossing from the car park to the falls track and back again. If any of you have been down there recently, we would just like to ask council to investigate options making it safer. There was an accident there recently. I haven't got any more details than that, but I know friends were called out to it. People underestimate how close the car park is from the corner when you come round the corner and the car park's there. Those crossing the road are all nationalities and all ages, and some with limited understanding of traffic, and then you've got the local mix and the stock and everything else. It is a massive risk, and we would just like council to give some consideration to what could be done to make that safer. I did have it suggested today that perhaps an underpass for the people would take one part of the problem out of it, but I don't know what the solution is. It's worse for people coming from the track back to the car park. The visibility back round the corner is, yeah. So we'd like to thank council for their ongoing support of Catlins Coast Incorporated's map and care code. The map's been refined over 30 years and it's been produced for and it's used widely. We'd also like to thank council for their ongoing maintenance of the Clutha Catlins lay-by, which is also being well used. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Hilary, for that. Councillors, questions, please. Councillor McCrosty.
Is it only really the Purakanui one that's needing signage update, Hilary, or? Because, you know, there's so many places that you can follow up and look down there. And there is some interesting drivers.
That sums it up.
Yeah.
I can't answer. There are risks all the way along, but the Purakanui one, it's just the fact that you come round the corner and the car park's right there. There's a warning sign on the right-hand side, back, I think about 400 metres of a car park. And then there's a people crossing one there shown in the submission. Yes, I don't know how you make it better, and I did, to be fair, put in a service request about getting the bush cut back as well. Whether that's been actioned or not, I haven't heard. I was contacted, so thank you. The service request system's been working very well lately.
And the Papanui Fire Brigade contacted Catlins Coast as well, so that was an area for their concern as well. So that's hence why we're supporting that.
And to add to it too, Councillor McCrosty, with my regular meetings with the Clutha Police here, they did, and if staff could take a note of this, please, after my conversations with them, they raised that concern too back in February. There was a camper van went off the road, and their biggest concern was the time it takes from Clutha to get down there. It's quite considerable. And they talked about slowing the traffic down, a bit more signage, and I did actually speak to Roding about that, so we just need to follow up. Well, that was back in February. So.
Yeah, I knew it was this year there.
Yeah, but it has been happening a bit frequently. It's mainly the tourists and that sort of thing. I'm not understanding our rural roads. So.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank
Oh, well, thank you for making the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to Clutha Development. Welcome, Linda and Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and Councillor, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to first introduce myself, if you don't know who I am. I'm Linda from Clutha Development, and I've brought Sarah Homer with me today. And Sarah is our Destination Management Manager for our organisation. Development Manager, thank you. We want to thank you for your continued support of destination management and tourism activities. This work's guided by the Clutha Destination Strategy that Council approved back in 2020, and what we are seeking is for the continuation of investment and direction to be able to fulfil some of the actions that were in the implementation plan. We do appreciate the financial pressures Council is currently working through, and we've reflected that in our request and how we are delivering our work. The focus of our submission is not on what we do, as that is reported regularly to you, but on the role this investment plays in supporting the district's economy. Tourism growth is a long-term strategy, and consistent investment is required to protect momentum and to realise ongoing economic returns for the district. Tourism is already a 100 million plus industry in our district, supports approximately 457 jobs and contributes nearly $30 million to our GDP. Importantly, it brings external revenue into the district, supporting local businesses, jobs, and our communities across the district. Over the past year, we've seen tourism expenditure increase by over 20%, significantly outperforming both our regional trends and national trends. We are also aware of the current global environment, including fuel costs and the geopolitical uncertainty. What we know from experience is that tourism operates with a lag, so any impact is likely to be 6 to 12 months on. But as mentioned, New Zealand is an attractive holiday place and we're considered a safe holiday place. So our concentrated combined efforts, especially as being part of Southern Way, will continue to work to bring our Australian neighbours and visitors to our place. Clutha is in a strong position with a solid domestic market base and a growing international visitation. In this environment, maintaining visibility and momentum is actually more important, not less. This investment ensures we can maintain momentum and convert opportunity into economic outcomes for the district. It allows us to grow visitor demand, support local businesses, partner regionally and nationally, and ensure council's existing investment delivers a return. I can give you some examples. For example, the cycle trail, the Clutha Gold Cycle Trail at Lake Waihola, we're seeing an average of over 200 users per day. That translates into real impact, businesses opening longer, new businesses and services emerging, and more people spending in our communities. Another example is our trade relationships. It has taken 4 years of consistent effort to build credibility, but we are now seeing actual itineraries being developed that bring visitors into the district for multiple nights. And of course, the ability to be able to leverage funding. Through collaboration, we've also been able to access external funding, such as the 3 rounds of the Regional Tourism Boost Fund, which brings additional investment into the district that we wouldn't otherwise be able to access. What I would emphasise is that tourism growth is not immediate, it is built over time, and we are now at a point where that momentum is starting to deliver results. If this funding was not continued, it's not the activity that stops overnight, but what we would see is a gradual loss of momentum. Over time, that would mean fewer visitors stopping, staying and spending, reduced visibility of Clutha as a destination, less ability to leverage and partner in regional and national initiatives, and reduced return on the investment that council has already made. Ultimately, that flows through to our local businesses, employment and economic activity. This investment is not just about tourism, it's about supporting a sector that contributes directly to the district's economy and community wellbeing. It's also about ensuring that we maximise the return on the infrastructure and assets that council has already invested in. Tourism is a growing contributor to the Clutha district's economy. Continued investment ensures we build on that momentum rather than lose it. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Well, thank you for that, Linda. It's very informative. Councillors, questions for Linda or Sarah, please? Councillor McAtamney.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to ask a curly one, Linda.
That's why I've got Sarah here.
Why should council fund development for the tourism industry and not, say, agriculture or manufacturing?
We're growing agri-tourism as part of the tourism industry. We're diversifying and we've got an increased participation around agri-tourism as well. We understand that that investment for the primary sector is a key contributor to our economy, but we also want to create a place where people want to come and live generally, and most people that come and generally live in the district start as a visitor. So it's a way to be able to connect, I guess, our tourism industry to living and working in the district. And it's a dual investment, so marketing to bring a visitor here is also marketing to attract people to come and live and work.
Happy with that answer, Councillor McAtamney?
I was going to ask it. A good answer, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was too. Very good answer. Very proud of you for admitting it. Any further questions? Councillor Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Linda, thank you for your submission. It actually answers a lot of questions. But one wee question from me is about momentum. And you talked about if it stopped, it would dive off quite quickly. In the event that would happen, what do you think, or how long would you think it would take to get back to current levels?
To be fair, when council increased its investment in tourism, it's taken us 4 years to develop those relationships, to bring trade, across our trade connections, and to actually bring the people here. So you have to build your credibility and you have to have a presence. And while there are great opportunities for us to collaborate and work with across the region with our other RTOs, like through Southern Way, we don't have that level of investment. If we're not in the tent, then you can't. And we can contribute resourcing and a little bit of funding. So I think for Southern Way, for example, we contribute $10,000 a year, and the return on that for our district is a lot greater than that.
Yeah, okay, so you're telling me if it dropped off, it
Yeah.
would take a long time to get it. Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? I've got one just for you, Linda. So when you go to the other tourism events, and I know what it's like to build relationships,
Yes.
it does take time. But you must get exposed to some pretty high flyers there, Diaz,
Okay.
from the more urbanised communities with, your Queenstowns and your Oamaroos, where they've got all those natural tourist attractions.
I'll let
You can just share a wee bit of that experience.
Yes,
Yeah, what's
when you are at, and that's when Southern Way really comes into play too, because you're actually working together with all of your other RTOs. So you're showcasing what we've got as a whole travelling itinerary. And you do meet, and you learn a lot too. You learn a lot, which is really valuable.
right? So, would it be? I know it might be a bit rough to say, but we'd probably be the poor cousin in the tent, are we? With these other big bangers?
I think we offer difference. With all of our natural attractions, we haven't got the paid experiences the same.
But we could leverage off a bit of their knowledge in that while
definitely.
we're in the room, couldn't we?
Yes, definitely.
I think that we offer a rich experience, but what we have been able to do is that we've been able to grow some of our accommodation providers that provide that unique experience, that some of those, that we get exposed to through attending trade events and developing relationships with the inbound operators. So we're able to showcase what we've got here. And the idea is that we're trying to get our visitors to plan their trips before they get here, so that we take advantage of more than the 1 or 2 night stays. And that's the value of being on the ground, to be able to promote that, and also have the ability to then do for mills with those trade operators. We've got one coming up after Trends this year, post Trends, with an Australian wholesaler. So they're able to come through and experience the district.
And we have just recently had Crow, which is one of the biggest wholesalers in Australia. They have just come through as part of the Southern Way as well. So that's been, we've got 3 coming at the end of May.
And we are working on developing product so that we have more paid experiences, and we have got some operators that are growing that.
In the pipeline.
Lovely. Thank you. No further questions for the ladies? Oh, well, thank you for coming, taking the time out to come and speak to your submission today. Much appreciated. Right, next up we have Simon and the team for the Cross Recreation Centre. It's not a really good look for recreation. Big one.
See, we're showing some of the effects of sport recreation.
Right, well, now I know why I don't exercise.
We all know there's positive sport recreation. It's quite what we look for.
Yeah. Oh, well, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and councillors and staff for having us. I'm Simon Cullen. I'm the committee chair of the Cross Recreation Centre, and this is Nolene Scott, our facility manager. So you'll recall back in December last year, we came to a workshop to council. We were requested some short-term funding to get us through a bit of a pinch period. Thank you for granting that. We only ended up drawing half that amount, as we did manage to get some funding from TTCF as well. At that workshop, we also discussed an increase to the annual grant from council, and that is what our submission is about today. Since the workshop, we've been working with Clutha Development to construct a plan for going to the community for fundraising. And that summary of that plan was included in the submission. So we're currently implementing the first part of that plan. It's a wee bit early to tell how successful it's going to be at the moment. As you would have seen from the draft budget we included in the submission, our financial situation is still very tight. So we're looking at a significant loss this year unless we can find more income. So we're here today asking to increase our annual grant from 57,000 to 110,000, which will help give us some financial security for the year ahead. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillors, any questions for the team? Come on, team, there's got to be a question out there.
Yeah.
Councillor Cotton, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your submission, Simon. Nolene. So this grant you're asking for now is just for this year only and be reassessed going forward, so it could go down.
Yes, I guess that's the situation. We'll by next year we'll hopefully be much further along in our community fundraising plan and have more of an idea of what we can gather from the communities.
So trying to buy you a bit of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question around depreciation. I see it's increased by close to $100,000 on the 2025 year. Could you just explain that, please?
I can answer that, please. That was part of changing audit process. We had changed auditors and they asked for depreciation to be included in our financials, where previously it hadn't been. Being a not-for-profit, so that's why it's jumped considerably.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor McIntyre.
So just following on from Councillor Frost's question, you don't actually fund any depreciation. It's just the book entry.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Which we haven't included in our budget because that's not part of our operating costs.
Yep.
Yeah. But it does, they have requested as a new auditor that it be in there, shown in our financial statements.
Yeah. And just secondly, so Councillor Cotton just asked around that being 110 being potentially a one-off grant, but that's just that extra 50,000 odd. That's what you need to be sustainable, isn't it? One way or the other. Either
Probably that's the minimum we need to be sustainable, and then if we can get some other funding from the community, which is ongoing, then that will help build our reserves. So we definitely need to be trying to build our reserves up with sort of how things are looking in terms of the building is 15 years old and there is wear and tear, and roof is going to need some work in the future. Floor is going to need some work in the future.
Just on that, how long do you think before you will have some major maintenance work?
The roof is probably the thing we're dealing with at the moment. We're sort of trying to go back to Calder Stewart, who built the building around that, because it's potentially a warranty claim there, but we're not sure how that's going to play out. Floor, I don't know, Knowles, it's not bad at the moment, but it's, I don't know how many, another 10 years out of it maybe?
Yeah, and I guess it's future-proofing it and front-footing that kind of stuff, rather than going all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we've got to do something now. We're trying to future-proof that and have a plan in place.
So it's those things like the roof and the floor. Would they be full replacement or maintenance to bring them back up to scratch?
Well, I'm not an expert on either of them, so I guess it depends on what is the best way forward.
Yeah, the roof is generally good. It's mainly the skylights that are the problem. So it's not going to be a full replacement at this stage. The other thing we're trying to do is build funds for a solar project. So we're looking at getting solar panels for the roof, which electricity is one of our main expenses. So if we can get a solar system, that would significantly help out with our operating expenses. The problem is we actually need some of our own funds in the bank to be able to go to funders, because they would sort of want us to have a third of the funds towards that before they'll consider giving us funds. So that's another thing we're working towards. The floor, I guess, I'm not an expert in the floor, but I think it would be a top layer or something that would potentially need replacement.
Yeah, how much it needs to be taken back for another layer to come on up, I don't know, sorry.
You might have one more.
Yes, Councillor McChimmon.
Yep. Just on that solar one, and saving power, the banks are running around at the moment offering households and businesses green loans at fairly cheap interest rates. Are community organisations eligible for some of that?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
I've only really seen it advertised for individual households, but I could be corrected.
Maybe, yeah. Interesting.
Still a big commitment to ask our communities to support as well.
I guess if we got a loan for the help with the solar system, we're still going to have to pay that back at some stage. So.
But if you're going to go solar, it's going to cost one way or the other, isn't it?
Yeah.
Loan funded or cash.
Yeah.
Councillor McCroskey.
For something of that size and the size of your roof, have you thought about approaching some of the power companies to help out, and then you can contribute back into the group?
Yeah, we have thought, that was one of my initial thoughts, is cover the roof with solar panels, but I think we were actually restricted from how much we can actually put into the grid, back into the grid via what infrastructure is nearby in terms of transformers and things like that.
It's, to be fair though, they've already got the price for the solar panel and things are quite a wee way. I'm on the committee, they've done all the homework. And yeah, it's a different ballgame when you start to put back into the grid. You've got to have engineers and yeah.
Well, that would be the plan, is that the excess would go back into the grid. It wasn't it, but I think we're restricted in that there wouldn't be a huge excess going back. I don't think it would be a massive earner from we've had quotes from I think 4 different solar companies. Yeah, they've sort of all recommended similar size systems. It's not about creating an excess to sell back. It's more about creating power that we're going to use.
Any further questions to Larry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Frost.
That's all right. Originally, when the building was built with Cross Recreation Centre, there was quite a big drive for people in the community, all of South Otago actually, to donate stock and stuff like that to help it out, because originally I thought after the first drive it was basically debt-free. That was just my impression. So are you doing that at the moment, or have you considered that again? Because it is a really good facility for the whole of the area, and it's really well used when you look at the numbers. And it's it's always hard to get people to contribute on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
But to, you know, get the community to understand to retain that facility over a long period of time because it needs upgrading and maintenance. I just wonder whether you'd consider that again to just put it out there.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't got sort of a stock drive on our immediate plan, but we're sort of planning to go out and just ask for cash first. I guess the stock drive is takes a bit more work to organise, but yeah, it's definitely something we'll consider doing it further down the line.
Well, I've got it will lead to a question for you, Simon. And well done for reaching out for help and getting the external help too with the financials and stuff and looking at creative ways, changing your business model and so forth. It's really good. Well done, Tiers. A lot of people don't do that and then it's gone, it's too late. Have you done a cash flow forecast with the 110 in it moving forward to see what it looks like? Is that going to be enough, the 110?
It'll get us through to this time, probably this time next year, if we don't get any other funding. And then if we haven't got any other funding, then we're probably going to be coming back to you again and asking for the same amount at least again.
So have you, the question was, have you done a cash flow forecast with the 110 in it? That would be good.
Yeah, we have got the forecast to the end of this year, and yeah, that would leave us with a sort of net profit of maybe $10,000 or $15,000 for the year.
Not a lot of that.
Which is not it's just enough in case we have something go wrong.
Yeah. Oh, well, if we don't have any further questions from the councillors, thank you for taking the time any day to come and speak to your submission.
Right. Thank you.
And please don't hurt yourself leaving the premises.
So we have
Right. Well, councillors, we're going good, but we do have a couple of people in attendance outside for the next session that we can pull forward. Peter, would you please? Thank you. Yeah. We can talk about order, but if we can create time, we might as well. Because I know Councillor Catherwood's got to get back to a shop. We've got all these people for this good work for the tourism. They're all turning up Catlins. So. That's why we haven't seen you for so long. We know how busy you are.
Maybe you should go and have a look at something to play. It's funding scheme.
Yeah. Has everyone got the Christmas present sorted? Catlins is the place to go. Hilarious.
I know. We're still on live stream.
Right, who do you want up first, Peter? Who's in the first session?
Yeah.
There he is. Thank you. Who and don't feel pressure, just when you're ready, mate. Thanks very much for coming forward.
You're all set to go.
Welcome.
Welcome to you, councillors, the mayor and councillors, I should say.
I'm Hugh Gardine, submitting today. I just open with a comment that Clutha and the Gore District Councils are similar rural councils, but Clutha always seems to be more understanding of rural ratepayers and by extension fair with rating policies compared with Gore that strives for district-wide capital value ratings. So good on you. Thank you for the invitation today. The Local Government Act in its original form provided for recipients and beneficiaries of services to be identified and rated for directly on any of the rating mechanisms available. When the wellness considerations were applied by the socialists, this definitive aspect of the Local Government Act was diluted. You should see rural water schemes as an extension of an individual farm's infrastructure and not a communal cost that can be amalgamated across a large district. Farmers don't share the costs of their neighbour's fertiliser or their neighbour's interest rates, and neither should they share the costs of their neighbour's water scheme. I learned early in the piece, if you want something, then pay for it, and rural water schemes are no different. The adoption by Clutha District of their water policy particularly focused on urban water and ignored the history of rural water schemes. We're here today due to the District Council making that mistake, and you should apply the present policy to urban water and write a new policy appropriate for rural water schemes. Those councillors present that may have influenced the aspects of this funding proposal appear to me to be conflicted and acting in also in the interest of their water schemes. The first aspect, the availability charging, the inference that rural water schemes are like a cooperative needs to be corrected, that each individual rural water scheme operates as a cooperative, is autonomous and separate from other rural water schemes. I object to the capping at 50% and would confirm my preference to be 100%. The public good funding aspect of the proposal is another band-aid solution to rural water scheme rating that previously worked well until the council changed their policy and created today's discussion. Public good funding would only work if Gore and Central Otago ratepayers were treated the same. Of course, that's not possible. But it might work for rural water schemes within Clutha District Council, but as individual targeted rates in each scheme's rating area. The third item was the uniform rural water scheme rates. And front of mind on that is that no single water scheme has any input into another scheme's capital works or operational budgets. So why should the council consider to impose liability for one water scheme on another? The last one, the assistance capping, is intriguing, suggesting that funding models might change and how dynamic the assistance capping will be with the move to Southern Waters when it creates an excuse for either the council or Southern Waters to meddle and adjust capping rates in future. We would lose control over that. To initiate assistance capping and remove the absolute control of water scheme committees have over their schemes is unacceptable and strongly rejected. In conclusion, rural water schemes include the district are autonomous, and the water scheme committees administer their schemes on behalf and for their communities voluntarily. Water schemes have been forced to upgrade to urban drinking water standards unnecessarily. Taumata Arawai now recognise that point of use treatment is cost effective and appropriate for small rural water schemes, but it's too late to avoid the significant investment imposed on water schemes, the users and funders already. The least government can do is accept responsibility and refund the excessive costs of capital upgrades, including the expensive water treatment plants. These costs, not surprisingly, are crippling rural water schemes, with debt leading to people wanting to use the new district council policy and exit rural water schemes. I object to the intent of all aspects of the water scheme consultation that seems to be leading to socialised water scheme costs, introducing a single rate across a greater district in preparation for the handover to Southern Waters. Thank you.
Councillors, questions for Hugh? Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Hugh, for your submission. Well thought out as usual. I've one point of interest in your submission that grabbed my attention was the area on targeted rates. Now with the announcement a couple of days ago about the amalgamation of local authorities, do you think that's something that should be investigated further?
I guess none of us are going to know how individual council or territorial local authorities rating mechanisms is going to be applied across a wider district. And it would be an assumption that they will be trying to streamline and right across districts. If target rates are embedded and the council staff put up a good submission, hopefully they'd be retained. But it really gets back to if you can use a targeted rate, those costs get confined and they're left for those responsible to pay for them.
Thank you.
Councillor McAtamney.
Yeah, thank you. Hugh, you mentioned that 100% assistance capping availability rate. How would we go about doing that easily and timely?
There's no easy answer because now you've got a policy that covers the rural water schemes.
Yeah, the policy was always the existing policy, unfortunately. The bylaw.
You've possibly been around long enough, and I know very well that to get the rural water schemes established, and this could be 50 odd years ago, farmers had to commit to taking units, and those commitments extended to the transfer of the property onto new buyers, and there was no way out for people. This new policy that now applies to rural water schemes is completely at opposites with the original intent of the water schemes. Whoever has done your surveys, whether it be Morrison Lowe or Grierson Simpson, or whoever has done these reviews hasn't acknowledged that fact. And now we're into this problem here. We're looking up for 4 remedies to try and undo a problem that's just arisen through the policy.
For people that are now aware of that policy is probably more the problem. The policy is several years old.
Allowing people out of rural water schemes is just putting sort of almost an insufferable debt onto those that stay. And if it snowballs, I mean, what's going to happen? They go bankrupt. What's going to happen? Your best ally is actually, the volunteer committees working for their water schemes.
Question for council: the policy, the rural water scheme policy, was that one they inherited when they took over from the county council?
No, I think there's a bit of confusion between the bylaw and the policy. It's the water bylaw that was approved by council in 2019. I think that's been referred to.
And not the policy?
No, no policies have changed.
Right, so it's
specifically,
bylaw.
yeah. Right, through your worship.
Any further questions for you, councillors? No further questions. Thank you for your attendance and speaking to your submission. I appreciate it. So,
It's up to you.
you're on Sport Otago. Keely's here, isn't he? Yep. Yeah, let's see Keely. We'll go back to the beginning here. Grab Keely. You're keen enough, Keely? Team? Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. I'd first like to start off with thanking you all for letting us speak to our submission on behalf of Sport Otago. So, ko wai mātou.
Ko katahu te atiawa ngā tamuatanga te iwi, no Rekauri Tūranga Waiwai, ko Keely Hill tōku ingoa. I'm Keely Hill and I'm the Health Active Learning Advisor for the Kautha District.
And ko Tessa Beckers, tōku ingoa, and I'm the Healthy Active Learning Lead at Sport Otago and I'm based up in Dunedin. As James Nation, our CEO, spoke to you this morning, I believe, over the last year we have been putting more of our resources into the Tōhuriro area. And part of this work was creating a neighbourhood play system report, which we attached to our submission for your reading. So the neighbourhood play system is an exciting approach to urban play design that puts the key stakeholder, the tamariki, at the centre of the process. So it's all talking to them about how they play, where they play, and what is stopping them from playing more both at school and in their neighbourhood. This work is supported by Sport New Zealand, and our neighbourhood play system brought together voices from Milton Primary School, St Mary's School, Tokomerero High School, Tokawedi School, and their whānau, and also local organisations like Project Bruce.
From my work connecting with the tamariki and whānau, these are 4 key actions that can make play in Milton more accessible, safe and fun for our community. So 1, upgrading and modernising playground infrastructure to better meet the needs of all age groups. For example, more risky play or nature play. This could be as simple as field markings for multiple coasts to utilise green space at our Taylor Park. 2, improving fencing and safety measures around parks located near busy roads so that whānau can feel safe to take their younger children to the park spaces and places. 3, enhancing footpath quality and connectivity to support safe active transport, in particular creating a safe active transport option for tamariki going to and from Tokawedi, as there has been concern raised from the principal around the 70k zone on each side of the school and only having stop signs to stop that heavy traffic flow coming through. 4, incorporating wayfinding and play elements to connect key community assets, including new pool, schools and parks. So this has started taking action through Project Bruce. We've connected with Lily at Council and through Sport Otago. We have found some of these points link nicely to the Our Place Milton report, and we would love to see some of these actions prioritised. We're happy to answer any questions in our submission.
Thank you for that. Councillors? Councillor Cotton?
Thank you ladies for coming and speaking to your submission. Just a question, there's obviously a lot of work gone into Milton around this, so what triggers that? What makes you decide, or how do you say, right, Milton's our focus? How does that come about? Instead of, say, Lawrence or Taitangata or wherever.
Yeah, great question. I don't have all the details in front of me, but our insights and evaluation lead ran through different demographics across the Otago region alongside alongside other surveys around how active the area is around the Active New Zealand census and things like that. So we are tasked with choosing a priority community every year. So now it has moved to Oamaru North. So it runs through another lens around population, demographic, how active they are in the surveys and things like that.
Just a question, Your Worship. In terms of our, where we're heading with living and working and our reserve management plans and our community plans and things like that, it's clear that we've tended to push for single investment and destination related parks. And obviously Moore Park is the subject of significant investment along those lines. That doesn't mean to say we don't invest in other parks, but is that sort of level of heightened investment versus other parks, because you mentioned Taylor Park, for example, does that feature into your research and your conclusions and decision makings? And I do hear that you're suggesting there could be low cost improvements to other parks, for example, Taylor Park. But I think the point is Sport Otago building in, our desire to try and centralise investment so the money goes further in that sense.
I guess when we looked at the neighbourhood play system and we incorporated all 4 schools, it kind of took Milton in as a whole. So having more than one place for tamariki and rangatahi to enjoy. I think when we spoke to the tamariki and rangatahi, it was around also different areas for different age groups and not always feeling safe in areas that rangatahi loiter maybe a little bit more. So yes, a destination playground is great, but having opportunities close to multiple areas and multiple homes is also a benefit.
Councillor Frost, I knew you had something.
So one, how do you propose we pay for the stuff? And two, you know, sports clubs and any club you speak to is already struggling to get people to help. Fundraising events, you know, you end up with schools and things where 3 or 4 people are doing work. They're asking for help from other parents that want all this stuff all the time, but are not prepared to put anything in the local community to achieve these sort of results. So how do you propose to get more active involvement from people within the community if they want this stuff, and how is it going to be funded?
All great questions. I guess the difference, I think what we are talking about, and like sports clubs and volunteers and things, this is free, accessible play opportunities where it's unstructured, child-led sort of opportunities that they can go to either themselves or with their whānau, and it's not structured, organised sport that requires volunteers, because we're finding across the board, it's obviously, you know, sports is struggling with volunteers, coaches, referees, and that sort of thing. So this is where unstructured play spaces still enable our young people to get active in the way that they want to be active. In terms of funding, again, great question. It's going to have to come from somewhere, but I guess it depends how much we all prioritise our tamariki's wellbeing and being able to get active in the community and that whānau approach. Obviously, Sport Otago is a not-for-profit, so we're not here saying that we will fund this or back this, but obviously we would love to be a collaborator and find what we can in terms of resources to put into Milton.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, girls. I'd like to say girls instead of ladies. But there's probably a couple here. One of them you're probably going to laugh at me because it's my left that sort of does it, but hood rats. It's sort of, yeah, it's not my sort of lingo. Can you explain what that is, please?
So that was a direct quote from a survey we put into a primary school. So through the NPS report, obviously it's at the centre of the tamariki's voice. So we had a survey with multiple questions asking them about how they find their play spaces, do they use their parks? If not, then why not, kind of thing. So we can actually gauge like the reasoning why and help them support to upgrade places so they've got that space in place for themselves. And that was a direct quote from tamariki from those surveys. So yeah, so like that's more so kind of, yeah, sorry, around like the rangatahi, kind of maybe loitering at those play spaces where the younger tamariki might not feel safe to go by themselves without
so that
the kind of
some
parent.
newfound road.
No, just
the other one.
I can't describe for that tamariki, but I'm just assuming that's what they've been meaning.
Right.
The
not sufficient safety as far as around the fencing. So what level would you envisage it being to, you know, and at what level what stage does parental responsibility come in? You know, are you expecting all the gates to be like the ones they have at kindergartens, or at some stage parental responsibility has got to be taken, doesn't it?
Yeah, look. Again, that was taken from the whānau engagement, so I can't speak on their behalf, but I can speak on my behalf of a mum of a young 2-year-old, and it definitely would be my responsibility at a park or a playground to ensure that it's safe. But in saying that, up in Dunedin and Mosgiel, there are areas and playgrounds that are closed off, like a kindergarten or primary school, that have the gate and things, and that safety, having that option of a safety for a party or a get-together with friends where that little bit of responsibility is taken away. Having that option to go to a place like that is really beneficial.
So, and I think I know where you're talking about in Mosgiel, where it's open to the road, but there's a big cage in the middle.
Yes, so opposite New World, there's a small part that is fenced, and then the wider park is not.
Lock them in.
Yeah, you can lock them in, and you can leave to get a coffee from New World.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Graham? It is 2026, and you possibly won't see that terminology in the places you congregate in. So. Councillor McCroskey.
So how long ago were these taken at the schools, like since the pump track, et cetera's been in? And the other thing is, there's no actual mention of you asking for money or anything in any of this. So what is it that you'd actually like?
So in terms of the surveys and reports, they're done probably just before the pump track was officially opened. Because I think it was going to be opened probably before we did the survey, but there was just a bit of extra tailoring that needed to be done. So when we did the survey, it was prior to the pump track going in. And I guess in terms of what we're kind of asking for is just the consideration of having these as like prioritised actions, I guess, from this report, and just having this, having it prioritised and just having it in your like long-term like annual planning for Milton, to give those tamariki and rangatahi that chance to be active and physically active in the community without having to travel big distances.
Any further questions?
Sorry, can I just jump in there as well? And I don't know if in the end of the neighbourhood play system report, there was an action plan, and in some of that there was a funding column that was tagged, and in one of them there was mention of a grassroots spaces and places fund, and that is a fund through Sport New Zealand that we're currently working through the process of what that would look like. So I can't come here with the exact details, but that would be an opportunity to part fund or top up fund for areas around spaces and places to make them more accessible and safe. So there would be an option there as well.
I think Councillor Graham, a hood rat would be 40 years ago to Mark 3.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you. Just looking at your action plan, you have a short term, 3 to 6 months, medium, etc. When were you thinking of trying to get this ball rolling?
Doing it
now.
Right now?
That's why they're here.
Excellent. So is that being started, like establishing the Kaitiaki leadership group?
Yeah, so we've established the Kaitiaki group for just around initiatives and getting the ball rolling. So that consists of like myself as Sport Otago, Project Bruce are quite heavily behind this kaupapa, and then also we've been quite heavily working with Lily Pedersen from Council as well, and just getting her thoughts, her feedback, and we've started actioning the active transport opportunity for tamariki. So we've applied for funding, we've got a grant to get the stencils made for tamariki. We also launched like an initiation kind of session with, we had chalk on the ground outside schools to get tamariki active on their way for active transport, and that was massively taken on by the schools, and they are all backing that kaupapa so far. So yeah, we've got the stencils, got the funding, it's just now actually
Any further questions? I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come and speak to your submission. Council is very much designed the same way Sport Otago is. We're a cost recovery organisation, so you've given us a bit of food for thought, and it sounds like your communities of interest that you've been doing this study and taking a bit of ownership. So we also rely on those communities to take ownership and drive things too. So I dare say if it's successful, we'll hear more from you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, you had a second submission, late submission. Do you want to say anything about that?
that was spoken to this morning. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
We're still on session 5. We now need to go jump into 6 yet, is there? We've got Lawrence Chinese Charitable Trust, are they here?
Glenn Kennick's here.
Glenn Kennick's here, yeah. Yep. But we stick to the session. So we have Glenn from the Glen Kennick Rural Water Scheme. Look like the Glen I know.
No.
Welcome, gentlemen.
So I'm not Glenn. This is Glenn McFarlane. He's come on board. Glen Kennick Rural Water Scheme as secretary. So he's supporting me. My name's Richard Pearce, and I've been chairman of the Glen Kennick scheme for the last 6 years, and got the glorious job of doing it for another 3. But we do these things on behalf of our community. Just a point of note for a start, we're not here to ask for money today. It's not what water schemes in our district do. They self-fund, so it's always nice to just come come and say our point, and hopefully you're all listening. The previous mayor and I butted heads quite a lot. Fortunately, Mayor Martin and I have got a bit of history in the sharing competitions of that, so I don't think we'll butt heads too much over the next 3 years. Look, Hugh Gardine is also a member of our committee and has been for long before I was. So our submission addresses the 4 aspects, of course, of the draft annual plan: availability, public good, uniform and assistance, capping or charging. A review and adoption by the CDC of the policy concerning water connections was particularly focused on urban water and ignored the history of rural water. Glenkennick Rural Water Scheme, like others, was funded by farmers and a government subsidy on the day, expressly for animal health and the lift in stock production performance across our rural communities. Pivotal to farming was a commitment by farmers to take these units. So it was it never got off the ground until we committed. And these units stayed with the property even when sold, transferred or handed to the next generation. Simpson-Greyson's review of the revised policy, and that's what Jules we were talking about before, looked no further than the policy and ignored the history. And, you know, that's what lawyers do. Of course, they look at the technical detail. CDC should acknowledge this fault and apply the present policy to urban water only and write a new policy particular and appropriate for rural water. We wish to acknowledge that CDC for disregarding the public good funding and the uniform rates option. So on to availability charging. Each individual rural water scheme operates as a cooperative, and as I said, we request no funding from anyone else. It's autonomous and separate from the rural water schemes within the CDC. The proposed availability charge only arises because the manner in which rural water schemes previously operated has been ignored and interpreted differently, obviously. An availability charge of 100% would be appropriate, as it was, but we're told the policy caps the charge at 50% according to urban, and once again our urban solution being imposed on a rural water scheme. We submit as a default position, we support the availability charge of 50%, object to the capping at 50% and confirm our preference for 100%. Can't get much clearer than that. Public good funding, we submit that public good funding is not appropriate for Glenkennick Rural Water Scheme, and it straddles 2 territorial TLAs, territorial authorities. So the subsequent rating wouldn't be fair or comparable between the 2 TLAs. Moving to uniform rural water scheme rates, we submit that no uniform rural water scheme rate be considered or implemented by CDC, so in line with current proposal. Assistance capping seems to not work in the ratepayer's favour with how dynamic assistance capping is. It would just be an excuse for CDC to meddle and adjust capping rates in future and encourage Southern Waters to do that also. So that be very mindful of that, opening the door. All the modelling is a mechanism to ignore the history, autonomy and purpose of rural water schemes. It is illuminating, suggesting funding models might change with the move to Southern Waters, when it is exactly what CDC hopes will happen, not necessarily in ratepayers' favour. So that goes back a little bit to the previous councils, where we were pushed in a direction, even though we fought against it. No rural water scheme has a responsibility for another rural water scheme's costs or operations, as they have no representation or on other committees. It is an unrewarding task serving a rural water scheme, but committees of volunteers are taking that for their community good and as a way of community service, all credit to them. Couldn't be clearer than that. For CDC, however, to initiate assistance capping and remove control of rural water scheme committees have over their schemes will further erode the willingness of users to volunteer and serve. Again, very important. We submit that the Glenkennick Rural Water Scheme strongly rejects assistance capping proposal in the drafting plan. Conclusion. The rural water schemes make decisions on their capital works commitments under the regulations imposed by Te Mare Awaroa. Rural water schemes have been forced to upgrade to urban drinking water standards when on average it is in excess of 90 and up to 100% of usage is for stock water. Although territorial authorities recognise now that the point of use treatment is cost effective and appropriate for smaller schemes, it is too late to avoid the significant investment imposed on some rural water schemes, users and funders. There is no accountability for this outrage, and the least government can do is accept the responsibility, could make stronger words to that end, and co-fund or refund the cost of excessive capital upgrades. These costs, not surprising, are crippling rural water schemes, with debt leading to people wanting to use CDC policy and exit the rural water schemes. Rural water schemes and CDC are autonomous. The scheme committees perform the task of administering their schemes on behalf of their communities. They object to the intent of the aspects of the rural water schemes consultation that seems to be socialise the rural water scheme costs across the broader district in preparation for a handover to Southern Waters. Thank you. Questions?
Oh, well, thank you for that, Richard. The council put that paper out for consultation moving forward, and it's actually served a good purpose. It's got us all talking. I was very fortunate to attend 8 out of the 9 water scheme meetings. I missed your guys' one, which was I couldn't help. But it's great to get a feel out there on the ground of what's going on in our rural sector, because the district is primarily ITO driven. So has anyone got any questions? Councillor McAtee.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, Richard, just coming back, and I probably didn't get my question quite right with you before, but so in 2 weeks' time, it'll be decision day. And so on that subject of the availability charging, we can either vote that in and we can use the existing council bylaw, which says we can make a 50% charge. Are you suggesting to us that we say no to that and go for a full review of the bylaw?
Well, we're supporting you on the 50% for a start. We're objecting to the capping and confirming a preference for 100. So, yes, you've got a decision to make.
Yeah, there'll be 2 separate decisions.
Yeah, so our preference is 100% because really you're undermining the economics across the district by having, and I've got to take a little bit of responsibility of this for myself, haven't I, Jules, about asking the question. I live in the Gore district. It's outside of Clutha, so therefore we have separate issues. And one of the first issues I had as a chairman was bad debts. They can't be added 10% to their debt collection because we're outside the district. So I have to go ringing. So I had to ask the question about, well, if that's the case, what about units attached to land outside the district? And this is where it comes. And here we are today deciding on how to rescue ourselves from what was 100%. And I understand that the current urban policy suits to get 50, 50 better than 0. Let's take 50. That's the first thing, Simon. Let's take 50. But if you've got the opportunity to change policy and work with your schemes and your rural people, which is the majority of your district, is that, this has to be permanent. This absolutely has to be permanent.
But just,
sorry, okay, so just to follow up to, and this is to Steve or Jules, could we make that decision next week to accept a 50% availability charge and then do a bylaw review and and retrospectively apply 100%.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't believe that's what's being asked for. Well, what we've done is said, or proposed, similar to urban, is that if someone withdrew, they would be charged effectively the availability charge, which would be 50% of the cost. I think what's being asked, instead of 50%, you get charged 100% of the cost. So the question really is, we've consulted on 50%. Do we legally have an ability to, if you wanted to charge the full price for someone withdrawing? That's really what the question is. It's got nothing to do with the bylaw in that sense. It's what we consulted on and what would be the availability charge.
Through you, Your Worship, to any bylaw review of water under the new rules needs to actually be done collectively by all of the councils in a combined water entity. So that would have to be agreed across all four. The other thing I will stress, and I'm pretty sure we discussed it in the workshop, is the availability charge for the first year can only be applied within our district.
And I was just going to add to that, Richard, that it's like that for now, but in 3 months' time, you might get your wish. Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Richard and Glenn, for coming along and speaking to your submission. The first question I have for you, and I do have one for staff as well, this discussion that we're having about all these things that are affecting rural water streams was about affordability and where that's heading, and we all know the direction is unsustainable. So for your scheme, what dollar value per unit would that be?
Affordability.
Yes.
Look, so for our scheme, the Glenkennick Rural Water Scheme is totally essential right across the district. Like, it's the lifeblood of our district. You think, well, justify that, Richard. But you can't bore for enough water in our district, right? Fact. You also, in the summer, predominantly, and I'm talking sort of October to probably now, water table's very, very low now, but you've got no surface water either. So we're a bit buggered. So we're attached to that scheme hip and tooth. And so we're quite comfortable about the disgustingly increasing cost of the water, which historically you would grumble about, but we need it. So we're fortunate that we're not under threat of losing our users. We can reshuffle the water in a different direction and still get our users. So that's lucky for us. It's not so lucky for Balmoral or others. So it's very valuable. So now you tell me what value you put on water if it's your lifeblood of your business. Simple. And there is plenty of bore water in pockets, but not right across the district and reticulated and gravity fed. So my job 6 years ago was to come in and make sure all the people that are paying for the units got the water. It's a very basic job. I didn't know about 3 waters and other issues, things like that. And I've got quite involved.
Yeah, well, I think you've answered the question. It's valuable.
Yeah.
Secondly, Your Worship, to staff, help me out here, please. But once the CCO stands up, they will rewrite or have their own bylaws. No.
Through you, Your Worship, there'll be obviously engagement with the councils, and when you go out and set bylaws, it has to be done in conjunction. So it sort of has to be the same across all 4 areas, but the councils still have to adopt those bylaws. So it just makes sense to be consistent across the areas.
Understand, but then if the bylaw here is inconsistent with one in Gore or Waitaki or Central, what's the process to make them all come together and line up?
I'm not 100% sure at this stage. We have to work through that.
Good idea. Roger, I think we make the rules. The previous 6 years have actually shown through Morrison Low, through the Three Waters saga and drama, that Clutha District is actually very good at setting the precedent for rural water. We actually know what we're talking about, and yes, we've got to go through this bureaucracy, and yes, there's a bit of amalgamation, and we can all get upset about different things, but at the end of the day, we're it. I'm very confident in that, and we've got some people, including yourself and Simon and John and others that are got quite a depth of knowledge about this, and this council, the new members included this year, I think they would be behind it. It just don't let the other squeaky wheels in the background distract you from the direction of rural water within CDC.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Crossley.
Just a question clarification, Jules. You said just before about the 50% only in our district. So something like Glenkenna, where it crosses the boundary, your 50% availability charge, is that on that whole scheme or just inside our boundary?
There's about half of the Glenkenna scheme is in the core district and about half of the scheme is in our district. But remember, what happens, they all need at 1 July 2027, they're all within the same area of same water and well, and that charging mechanism is available to the new water entity, which is the research and advice we got before we put in that fee.
Thank you. It was just a clarification of it.
And reallocation of units in our scheme are 100%, so it's no less of an issue.
Oh, well, once again, thank you so much for making the effort. It's a bit of a drive up from there, so well done.
Thank you.
Enjoy the trip home.
No pub stops, eh?
Right, we do have here GD and GL Love. Yep. If you'd like to come forward, please.
Firstly, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm speaking on behalf of my submission into the rural water. First, I get an idea that I'm a member of the North Bruce Committee, but I haven't been to their submission meeting, family commitments. We couldn't get to it. I will give Jeff and Lily, they tried to put a meeting together that suited everybody. It didn't happen. So this is purely a personal point of view. So a bit of history on us. I'll introduce myself. Dennis, my wife, and I are imports to Clutha District. We came here as share milkers, 50-50 share milkers for the first 3 jobs. We didn't pay the rates. We earned the money to pay the rates, but we didn't pay the rates. So we went responsibly for the rates. That was both on the Wongala scheme for 2 jobs and South Bruce for 1 position. We only became rate payers and we're dairy farmers, obviously, into North Bruce. So, as I said, this is our businesses have depended on water. Virtually all those positions, except for the Wongala scheme, were mixed water in South Bruce and mixed water in North Bruce as well, except for change. We are retired dairy farmers, and our part of our farming operation is a beef unit that's solely accessible through North Bruce water. So and I'll say this again, this is my personal point of view, not the point of view of our committee. So firstly, availability charging, nothing and I'm basing the report on my submission on the report that the report that Jules put in front of the committee. So that's the one that I was able to get to and the one that I've worked off to briefly give my representation on this. Nothing on availability charging, nothing in this report gives me warm fuzzies. With the Southern Waters coming at us, 20% rate rises and the amalgamation, whereas rural water scheme users need to make some tough decisions. Availability charging, to some, it will be a hard sell. You add land use change, especially in North Bruce, such as forestry and lifestyle subdivision we've even arrived in an inbox last night. The cost sustainability of some of these schemes are put under pressure. The proposal of availability charging, in my view, goes some way in protecting the shared purpose and investment those schemes were made in the 70s and 80s. To address public good funding, one can argue that access to rural water schemes supply cost-effective stock and domestic water, in my view, as this was the intention of those schemes in the first place, the benefit to those individual farm business comes down to user pays. Having said that, the wider community benefit from the businesses, direct employment, then all the service suppliers, engineers, electricians, builders, etc., etc., etc. For example, for our 5 ex-employees since 2003, 3 of them own their own homes in the Clutha district. 4 of them still working around the Clutha district. So, in any way you look at it, the wider public benefit, just as rural ratepayers benefit from the proportion of our rates support urban areas. I hope I'm trying to make some sense here. This is this is unique to the Clutha district as water users. I do not think you need me to tell you that. Addressing uniform rural water charges and capping. Assistant capping, again, in my view, is the way forward. Again, and to some, a hard sell. But to the overall intention of the historic implementation and building of these schemes, and well as a monetary investment so many years ago and now, and the move to Southern Waters, add to that what has been signalled in the last 48 hours from central government, the Clutha rural water schemes need to take control and make the hard decisions on those decisions will be those decisions will be made for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, questions?
Cool.
Well, I think councillors don't have any questions. Thank you for taking the time out of your day and attending.
But just add that, if I may, if somebody that's come in and benefited from the rural water schemes, who in previous we've had 2, I've walked on 4, 5, 6 farms in the Waikato on the way up through the system. As we came up through the share milking system, started off as a boy and then through the systems. To my wife, I'm still a boy. But I can see both sides of the story. You only have to look at the history of the North Bruce and know why it was put in for the first place, and then look what we have had to be a part of to get where we have gone. The farm that we converted had forestry put on it as it was subdivided, and then it was subdivided again when rebought it, and it's been subdivided again for some bunch of livestock blocks. So it's very, very hard. You've got councillors, you've got a hard decision. I don't envy you. And the committees, we're struggling with that, I do believe too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Anna's here? Should we see Anna Cross? Yep. Lovely. Would you girls like to come up and talk to your submission, please?
Kia ora koutou, my name is Bronwyn and this is Anna. We are speaking on behalf of the Kaka Point Playground Working Group, a subcommittee of the Kaka Point Community Group in support of our funding request for this year's annual plan. Kaka Point is a small community that has grown significantly over the past decades. More families are settling in the area, local schools and groups visit regularly, and we see thousands of local, wider domestic and international visitors come through each year. A destination playground on the foreshore is exactly the kind of community space that turns a brief stop into an hour into a meal at a cafe, a meal into a night in the area, and a reason to visit again. This is not a project in its early stages. We are in our 5th year of planning the redevelopment. Council has previously contributed funds and the project is well supported by the community. Over $500,000 has been raised through grants, donations and years of local fundraising. Fitness classes, market days, lamb drives, firewood sales, to name a few. Over 2,500 volunteer hours have already been given freely by people who care deeply about where they live, and there are still significant hours yet to be contributed by ourselves and by many members of the community before this project is complete. Council's contribution has been matched almost 4 times over, and this commitment continues. The funding gap presented in our written application has changed. But it's good news. Yeah. Upon submission, we were seeking $83,463 across 2 stages. However, since submission, we have worked through our plans, designs, all from the original scope. We have worked with our contractors and we have included more local volunteer labour in order to reduce that gap. And we are now seeking funding support of $71,979 across stage 1 and stage 2. A reduction of $11,500. We have come to council only for what we genuinely cannot reach ourselves. The first $30,000 is crucial. It covers the remaining costs of stage 1 and it is what allows construction to begin in June. It is here that I want to draw the council's attention to the letter of support received from the Kakapoe Toilet and Changing Rooms Working Group, whose budget was $440,000 and had a saving of $45,805. Not only have they expressed their wholehearted support for this project, but they have requested that any remaining funds from their own council allocation be redirected to other Kakapoe community projects, just like ours. That speaks to how widely valued this project is within the Kakapoe community. The second stage request of $41,000 covers playground furniture and shelters. Any contingency, however, remaining after stage 1 would be directed there first, meaning the full second stage contribution may not be required. At the completion of both stage 1 and stage 2, we will have a fully functional destination playground to be enjoyed by our local community, visiting schools and groups, and the thousands of domestic and international visitors who pass through Kakapoe each year. Stage 1 cannot be delayed. Designs are finalised, contractors are engaged, equipment is selected. Our grants carry a 12-month spend condition, and if we don't proceed, that funding is at risk. Current pricing from our contractors and equipment suppliers also won't hold indefinitely. Thus, the project cost as it stands depends upon proceeding on schedule that 5 years of work has made possible. We are asking the council to fund today as the final piece of a project that this community has worked tirelessly to deliver. We are ready for construction to begin and we just need council's support to help us deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for that. Councillors, have you got any questions? I know the pain, and Councillor Cotton knows the pain that these ladies are going through with playgrounds. Questions, please, councillors. Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming and speaking to your submission, ladies. Just on your stages, and I know you said you've got 12 months to use some of this funding. So are you expecting all 3 stages to be done within 12 months, or is it a couple of years? What's your timeline?
No, so we're hoping stage 1 we've planned to start in June, and that would be about a 3-month construction phase. And then we would really like to go into stage 2 quite promptly, and that's so that we can hold the pricing for the shelters and park furniture as what it is. And then stage 3 will happen after that, but that will come via more community fundraising. So we will fundraise again for stage 3 for likes of the storyboards and murals and those sorts of things, planting and things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Your Worship, one more question. So how long are you down the track of this process?
We are 5 years, nearly 6 years in, and our first grant that is coming up at the 12th month is June the 12th. Yeah.
Yeah, well, as Worship said, 5 years is what it was for us. It takes a lot of time, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor McTammany.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Hi, ladies.
Hello. Hi.
One question though, you're looking for approximately 53,000 extra for stage 1.
30,000.
Yeah, and you've still got in your budget. You've still got a 10% contingency in there, stage 1.
Yes.
So shouldn't you just be pulling the trigger in?
Well, we were hoping that the stage 1 contingency would help fund stage 2, is what we were hoping to do. Yeah, and use and look to the funds that the Kakapoe Toilet Group
had not used, and perhaps we can still retain them in the Kaka Point community.
So further question on from that. So any project in the community that comes under, in the wider district, that comes under budget, should any surplus go back to that community?
Not necessarily, but it was, we just wanted to highlight that that was a letter of support that we received. Yeah.
Question, ladies, just to clarify, the council on page 208, so the agreement notes council support for this project is at $135,000 already we're committed. Is that correct, council? In the bottom there, 2022, 23, 2023, 24, and the funds transfer from up the top. So this is the amount that the council's already committed to the project.
Was Mike working with you?
Yes, we've worked with Mike and Lily. Yeah.
Right, and you haven't actually drawn any of these funds down?
We've drawn no funds.
No funds yet.
No funds.
No, except, except for initial costs of design concepts, and that was, ended up being 10,000 at the very, very start, There's 125,000 remaining.
Right, and you're asking again today for another 71,700
Yes.
on top of that. Right. Okay. Any further questions, guys? Girls? Hey, and once again, I know what the pain you're going through, but it is, get to the other side, it's very rewarding, very rewarding when you see the children. Thank you for taking the time out of your day.
Thank you.
Submission. Thank you. So, Glenn Killick, I'll just check the Lawrence Chinese Camp and Charitable Trusts. Here we go. Here he is, Bruce. Richard. Richard. You certainly don't look like Jeff Davidson.
No, I'm thankful. Your worship.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for attending.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to our request for funding. My name is Richard Walter. I'm a trustee of the Lawrence Chinese Charitable Trust. I've been a trustee or involved with the trust now for 20 years, and I'm pleased to say that we are starting to see some real movement here. I'll just give you some background. I think many of you know about the Lawrence Chinese Camp, but I'll just give you a little background here. The Lawrence Chinese Camp, just outside of Lawrence, was the very first settlement for Chinese in New Zealand. So in a way, it's the foundation place, the Turanga Waiwai, I guess, of Chinese or New Zealand Chinese culture and society. So we've got, the trust owns the land that the original 1867 Chinese camp was built on. The existing buildings on the camp land are the old Chinese Empire Hotel, which many of you have seen on the side of the road there, and the associated stables. Now, the trust has been fundraising for many years now, and our plan, as outlined in the concept plan which you've been provided with, is to reconstruct the hotel and turn the camp into a major cultural community and tourist destination. It's going to be there to celebrate the history of the Chinese in New Zealand and the extraordinary contribution that the Chinese really made to the economy of Clutha in the early days. In fact, the arrival of the Chinese in the 1860s was a desperate attempt by the provincial government to inject some more funds into the ailing economy as the gold rush moved out away from Otago towards the west coast. So the Chinese were brought in here to really help reinvigorate the gold mining efforts. Anyway, over the last couple of years especially, we have been very, very fortunate in receiving some good funding from a number of sources, including the council here, and we are on the verge of completing the second stage of our development activities, which is to get the Empire Hotel up to scratch, to renovate the hotel, and the next stage, which stage 3, is to furnish the inside of the hotel, the new building, renovated building, as a information and tourist centre. So the funding we're seeking today is to complete stage 2 of our developments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Richard, for turning it up, and I'm a trustee as well, but the camp's seeking 50,000 to complete stage 2. What is the total cost of stage 2?
We have raised 1.2 million. I think the total cost of stage 2 is just over that. Stage 2 I think it's 1.4. I'm not the, I'm not an accountant, and I'm not the treasurer, so those figures are close.
Close. Any further questions, councillors? On that, thank you for taking the time out of your day and for coming to talk to your submission.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the councillors for all you've done for us. We're very grateful.
Thank you very much. So, Lawrence, Chinese camp, let's tick the door. They're all done here. Will we break now for a brief session? That is, say it's 10 to 3, so we'll reconvene at 10 past 3. Yeah, if the others are here to get a start. Okay, thank you. A bit of a heads up, team, we'll get going shortly. Ready, steady, hit the button. Righto. Have we got a team's? No, yeah. West Otago, so we're doing. Yeah. Yeah, so we're starting with West Otago.
West Otago.
Would the lovely people of West Otago like to come forward and? It's only you, Barbara.
Only me today.
Lovely to see you.
13.
Book 2, page 218.
I may be a wee bit croaky and I don't want to get near any of you because I do have a touch of the flu, so
Oh, look.
apologies for that, and I won't stay afterwards. That's all right, I'm just going to disappear.
That's fine.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of the West Otago Community Board. I have apologies from our chairperson, Bruce Robertson. He's had a hip replacement, and also the deputy chairperson couldn't come today, so you're stuck with me. So I just want to support our submission. We wanted to let the council know that the community board support the proposed integrated library community centre 100%. It makes sense to us to integrate the facilities, as both of these buildings need urgent work done on them. The library is an integral part of our community, not only for issuing books, but it's used in so many other ways with school holiday programs, community inquiries, a place for small meetings, and many other day-to-day inquiries. Actually, the day the submission closed, I happened to be in the library where the staff were having to put buckets down to protect the books when there was a sudden downpour. They should not have to put up with this unsuitable, unsafe building. Just another urgent reason why this should go ahead. As a community of West Otago, we pride ourselves on what we have achieved with some of our major facilities, namely Ribbonwood Home and Medical Centre and the upgraded swimming pool. All of these facilities are among some of the reasons that attracts people to come and live in West Otago. The West Otago Community Centre itself is used on a weekly basis for dance, tennis, would you believe wrestling, the latest thing that's come there from Gore. They've brought their team out to Tapanui, so that's really good. Theatrical practices and netball, just to name a few. There are many more groups that use this facility. An open day was held to allow the residents of West Otago to visit the library and community centre before the submissions closed. We thought it was a good idea to people to come and have a look firsthand to see what was going on. The turnout was small, surprise, surprise. Small in numbers, but the visitors who did come were very supportive of the project. The Community Board thanked the Council for its ongoing support of Our Place West Otago projects and for their support of our community. It is the Community Board's intention to support this project financially going forward, and we hope that you will support this project too. I thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
I must be well under 5 minutes.
You have done extremely well. You can teach a few others. Councillors, any questions, please, for Barbara? Not getting out there, you know?
I was just going to fold for the door.
It's all good. Roger was going to tackle you, sir. Councillors. Councillor Kennedy.
Question, Bob.
No questions for Barbara. Councillor McIntyre. No questions.
Yes, I
Lovely, thank you.
well, no one else. She's driven a long way.
She's driven a long way.
Oh, it's okay. I've been
Doesn't want us.
Yeah,
She wants to go.
Just a quick question. Thank you for your submission, Barbara. Just a quick question. You said the community board was going to support it. Did you mean financially or just verbally?
Yes, financially.
Financially,
Yes. We have funds here that we could push that way, but we haven't had a meeting to discuss that yet. Yeah.
Cool.
All depends on what happens, doesn't it?
Yes. Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? Thanks. Oh, well, once again, thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to come to speak in support of your submission.
Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Andy? Okay, the next up, we have got Andy Fleming from Matariki Forest. Andy, can you hear us all right?
Certainly can, thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Welcome.
Thank you, team. My name is Andy Fleming. I'm the Environmental Manager for Matariki Forests. I also have with me Trish Fordyce. Trish is our Environmental Advisor. Just a quick introduction, Matariki have been operating in the Clutha district since about 1991. And also, apart from our submission, although we're not representing the Southern Wood Council, we have canvassed a number of the companies involved and have their support. So at this time, I'd like to hand over to Trish, after which we'll be open to any questions regarding our submission.
Trish, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Andy. What I was just going to say briefly, we won't read the submission, but just to say that, yes, we understand you are allowed to charge for monitoring certain permitted activities, but that our submission is quite blunt in that saying that the receipt of a notice is not the monitoring function, and got real concerns re-harvesting in that while you can receive a notice, you have actually no monitoring functions whatsoever with regard to harvesting. You can't even ask for and receive a harvesting management plan, and that the monitoring functions for harvesting are all dealt with by regional councils. So it was just to add that to the submission, and we're open to questions.
Councillors. Councillor McTammy, I reckon you've got one coming.
Well,
I knew you'd have one. Thank you.
I'm still coming to grips with that submission. I had a good read of it the other day and couldn't quite get my head around it. I still haven't.
Your Worship, I just think it's quite a technical matter in respect of the fees and charges, because it's a submission on the fees and charges as opposed to the annual plan side. And that. So, you know, it's not the sort of thing that councils have in the past and they've addressed or been questioning. I'm sure staff will be looking at it and looking at the legal basis for the submission, and obviously you'll get a decision report coming through on it.
Well, can I ask a question to staff then? Because when they talk about monitoring, what functions would our council actually monitor? Would that be, say, roading around harvesting and stuff?
Your Worship, I would probably need to defer to Olivia, who would know what's going on there. We can bring her in, she's around in a couple of minutes. We can just hold that thought. The submitter might actually have more information on that as well, but we can certainly bring Olivia in. We'll go and find them. No, that's just a question from us. So, I mean, it's not a subject councillors have grappled with specifically before, so it is something new for them.
Do you think the submitters will be able to provide some light on that?
Submitters would be well up with what's going on there. That's what the submission's about. It's just unfortunately that technically we don't have any experts in here to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that the council may not have the ability to recover any costs with some of these, especially a district with a lot more forestry taking place.
Sorry, Andy, just in your submission above, where you say in there, in your statement, the fee does not appear to have been applied for the monitoring function of the council. What can you help upskill us here around? We don't have the appropriate staff in the room to help us here to explain what is the monitoring function.
If on the receipt of
I can
a
answer that.
notification. Sorry.
Trish?
Yeah, monitoring is when you've got the standards that are set out in the regulations and in the management plans, it's a compliance issue, and you can monitor the compliance with those management plans. So we have to submit for afforestation a management plan, although the changes today that have come out for the NESCF have reduced that quite dramatically. But when you go out to monitor an afforestation plan, then you can charge for that. You can charge for your staff time, your travel, and any enforcement that you do for that. So that's what monitoring is. It's compliance monitoring with the standards that are set out in the regulations. And in these regs, they're not just set out in the actual regs themselves, but they're also in the management plan requirements as well that are set out in the schedules.
Right. So if we go down to receiving notification regarding a permanent activity is distinct from the responsibility of monitoring. So.
Sorry, Olivia, yeah, we just might put, it depends whether we're putting you on the spot or not. I mean, the submission, I'm not sure if you read the submission, you have, and that. And so there's clearly a question being raised by the submitter about our ability to actually charge for what we're charging for versus what is being suggested that we can only charge for, which is a monitoring function. I know that we discussed why we were looking to try to make a charge for receiving the notices. So I suppose whether you've got any information to assist council in answering any questions or whatever around how that's.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission as well. That's appreciated. So we did look into it at the time and actually contacted MB to check whether we were within the realms of the NES to actually charge those type of things. I'm fairly sure that we got the response back that we could. However, we have, since we got your submission, so yesterday we followed up with MB and they're putting us in contact with the right people to check that that is the case. So to the councillors, I'd suggest, and if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, that before the decisions meeting, we will have an answer and then we can advise on whether we do have the ability to charge that or not. But I'm fairly sure we did do our homework at the time.
Thank you, that helps. Yeah, that's a great help, thank you. Any further questions? No further questions. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you for your submission, and it's heartening to know that the staff have been looking at your submission as well and following the proper channels to give us some informed advice for our decisions. So, thank you for your time today.
Cool. Thank you for your time, team. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
It's good to go next. Joyce. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, it gives me confidence, and it must give the councillors confidence too, that, start confident following up with submitters' questions. Great. Welcome, Joyce. G'day, how are you? Good, thank you for asking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak to this submission today. I'm here on behalf of the Kaitangata Community Centre Charitable Trust, and we've put a submission into Council, which you've all got on your books, no doubt, and you've all read. Our concern is we're just faced with increased costs for power rates, checking fire alarms, exit signs, emptying the skip, and numerous other things. And As an organisation, we fundraise to repair and maintain the building of our own at our own cost. I mean, it was built debt-free, over $1 million, and the community are very supportive of it. They use it regularly, and we are handing on the extra costs to them as we can. We do appreciate the annual allocation given to us by council because that helps us, but we are requesting an extra $3,000 per annum in order to ensure that we can remain on top of the situation. At the moment, we're very community minded in Kaitangata. We are heating our own pool. We have a lot of houses in Kai working in conjunction with council, so that's more rates for the Clutha district. And we're just wondering if some of this allocation of increased rates from our housing community could come back to Kaitangata via the community centre. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Joyce. And yes, no, it was a very clear and direct submission, which we love. Questions, Councillor? Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Good presentation, Joyce. Good to see you. What is your annual allocation now?
From council?
Yeah.
I think it's 17,000.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillors, no further questions? Well, once again, thank you for coming to present to your submission, and also on behalf of the council, thank you for your dedication to your community. You demonstrate complete ownership. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
The Lawrence Chubeka Community Board, Jeff Davidson and Tim Dickey. Please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity for us to talk. Tim was going to make the presentation, so hand over to Tim.
Cheers. Good afternoon. Go easy on me, please. We've got a submission here for the, in particular, the archway entrance into Gabriel's Gully. I can take it that you guys have all seen the submission. So essentially, this came out of the Our Place. What was it? Our Place destination plan thing that we did a couple of years back, and it was voted in favour by the community that this was something that they thought would add value to the town, and the development around that entrance to Gabriel's Gully. Since then, I think the existing sign has fallen off at one point. The bridge is broken and had to be repaired, and it's looking pretty huckery, to be fair. So we've come up with a bit of a concept here that came from the locals, Chris Hay, back in 22, and this new community board have decided that this is a great concept and would like to run with it. So we've been to see a steel worker in Cromwell, and they've quoted us around $100,000 to get the job done. What can I say? Gabriel's Gully is a key historic landmark in our community, and this entranceway is pointing people towards that. It's also one of the points in the town where the cycle trail enters the town boundary, so definitely a spot where people are going to be passing it and hopefully exploring more. Other thing we've been speaking about lately is encouraging the community to take some pride in the streetscape, and by developing this area, I guess we're setting a standard that others can follow. There's another part to this as well, is that during that out of that long-term plan, under key decisions, it was stated that council would investigate the formation of a rate and its impact for Lawrence Development Organisation and how it would be funded. So I guess we're coming up with this idea that we'd like to run with, and we're also sort of wondering whether any progress had been made to that point as well.
Yep.
Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Tim and Jeff. Councillors, questions, please. Councillor McCrosty.
The archway, etc., will it be big enough to cater transport trucks or whatever if you go through?
Yeah, so currently the bridge is weight restricted anyway, but yeah, when it comes to so that's just a concept at this stage, but when it comes to the final design, we'll be definitely investigating heights, widths, etc. that comply with the rating standards. So we'll be in consultation with the council rating team around that as well.
Heavy trucks don't go.
They go very loose.
Councillor Smith.
I just see in your, from the guy that's looking at building that, he's estimating 100,000 plus GST, but you're only looking at asking for 100.
We went and saw him. It's a project he's pretty keen on. He said there's no great material's not that costly, and he pretty much makes sure that he can do it within that, as much as he can within that budget. But some way extra costs like the foundations and things like that.
So he's identified this as a project that he wants to put his name to, which is great. He obviously sees the merit in it too. We also have $50,000 set aside amongst our community board funds that can be used as well if there's any unforeseen elements to it.
Councillor Catherwood.
So you're wanting 100% council funding, 100 grand, you want 100 grand. The 50 you're providing is only a maybe. What are you saying?
We have got 50 grand to do it, so if it was under the 100 that's being asked for, we would be happy to accept that.
Okay. You've got 50.
We have got 50. Yeah.
Just a question, guys, other funds, you haven't approached anyone else, you've just come straight for council? Do you intend to approach anyone else?
At this stage, we haven't.
Local sharing contractor?
He's very similar to council under historically measures. Any more questions, councillors, the team? Councillor Cobb.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you guys for presenting. I certainly think it's a very well worthwhile project and councillors' questions are valid. Just a question for me around the finances, just for a bit of clarity. You're asking for 100K with the other 50K, that gives us a 150 grand contingency. And then if we don't need the whole 100K from council, the community board won't be uplifting it, will they?
No,
yeah, that's correct. This price, I believe, is still hasn't taken into account the full scale of what the foundations may be, etc. Because we can only really find that out once we progress into that next stage.
Are you proposing you'll pay it forward, Councillor Conn?
Hello?
Hey, thanks very much for coming to present today.
Can I just say one other thing? It's a very important part of the development of that area, around that part of the Lawrence. And I think it would enhance it heaps.
Well, thank you for that, and once again, thank you for making the effort, taking the time out of your day to come down and speak to the submission. Thank you.
Cheers.
Clydeville Pomahaka Water Scheme Committee. John Whiteside. Welcome, John.
John Whiteside. What are we in, book one? Book one, 195. He's talking.
Thank you. I'll perhaps note that I put in two submissions that are similar but not the same. One personally and one from the scheme, but for the sake of simplicity, I'll just do the one presentation because otherwise I'm just going to repeat and I don't want to send you to sleep.
Very, very.
So from our submission, and I'm going to base it on the Pomahaka Clydevale Scheme Committee submission I put in. So regarding the availability charge, we do support that because, and the backdating with 3 years, schemes do have issues with consumers wanting to withdraw units. And need I remind you that the schemes are run on an individual business unit basis. And so any income that is lost cannot be made up otherwise. So therefore that income, if units are relinquished, is shared amongst the remaining consumers, of which ultimately puts their price per unit up. I think it needs to be backdated 3 years, and we support that as well. Where units can be reallocated within a scheme, in other words, my secretary David here's wants 10 more units and I've got 10 units to spare, then yes, we need to transfer it. But I put it to you that maybe we need to leave a 10% availability charge in there because the future land use change is very, very hard to predict, and who knows that in 10 years' time I might want those 10 units back again. The infrastructure's still there, it's still, so there should be a small charge to acknowledge that though that facility, that infrastructure is still there, it's still available. Okay, you're not using it, but it's there. I just put that out there for your consideration. Now, the only reason that this, now we'll move on to the unit rate capping and price smoothing. Now, we don't have to be Einstein to work out that the only reason this has been put forward is because of the high unit rate of the new Greenfield scheme. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't even be having the discussion. So a lot of you probably weren't on council in the early 2000s when the Clydevale and Pomahaka schemes combined. We spent $3+ million then putting those two schemes together, which back then was a lot of money. I haven't done a conversion to know how much money that's worth, but I mean, it was still a lot of money. We became one of the most expensive schemes in the district at that point. And so we have been able to keep control of our unit charge by selling more water. Okay? And so as a consequence, we have been able to keep our unit rate under control, and slowly but surely we've come back to be in the middle of the field as far as scheme charges go within the other rural water schemes in the district. I see no reason why the Greenfield scheme can't do the same, because I have done some research and I know there's spare capacity in the scheme. And so the challenge for the Greenfield scheme is to get on and sell that water and so retain, if not reduce, the cost of the unit rates. So, therein lies the challenge for you. And, as I put in my submission, the consumers on that Greenfield scheme are only just starting to realise that, hey, they're getting some damn good water now. And I have it on good authority that some consumers have actually been ringing up saying, hey, this water is actually marvellous, I don't actually mind paying that. I don't say that's, there is some. Some are actually really appreciating the good water, and rightfully so. I'm sure they're going through the same thing that I went through in my tank, because I never could see the bottom, but when we changed to the Clutha River, I had a new experience. I could see the bottom of the tank because it was so clean, and they'll be experiencing exactly the same thing. Now, and perhaps I've got a wee bit out of order here, but future land use is very hard to predict, right?
I'll use the example of our Clydevale Pomahaka. When we joined those two schemes together, we had around 600 units spare in the Clydevale section of it, 600 spare in the Pomahaka section. The whole committee, myself included, thought, oh, it's going to be easy to sell the water in the Clydevale section because in the early 2000s, that was when a lot of dairy conversions were going on. Oh, it'd be easy to sell that. How in the hell are we going to sell the water in the Pomahaka scheme? As history will now tell us, we've still got quite a bit of capacity in the Clydevale side, but we're struggling. We can't supply enough water to the Pommy side. The demand was not where we expected. And so what I'm saying to you, it's very hard to forecast future water use through land use change. And also, you know, hence forestry. Who would have thought 10 years ago half of the land was going to get planted in forestry? You know, that's, you know, and who knows what else is going to happen in the future. Maybe I should start a mulching business on going and get rid of it all. Anyway, so as I said before, the water schemes are run as individual business units, and it is critically important that the users and the payers of those schemes retains input and control in the running of those schemes, especially regarding upgrades and development. You know, it needs practical, down-to-earth farmer input. As chairman of the scheme, there's been quite a few instances where there's been a proposal put to me, and it's been very easy to have that changed because, you know, just a good practical farmer look at it. There's another way, and so it saves a lot of costs, and we're getting what we want. So with that, in summary, the availability charge, yes, we think that's a good idea, but as far as the unit rate capping smoothing, we think at this stage, no. And, you know, and we've got to look forward. You as the council have another 14 months, 13 months of tenureship. It's going to get handed over to the CCO, and which is going to be more change. Now, I'm not saying they're going to continue on with what we're doing, but I'm just saying let's just hold our horses and just stick with what we've got at the moment. So with that, I'll invite any questions.
Councillors, questions for John, please. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, John, for your submission. I take your point that water schemes are in the business of selling water, and the easiest way to get unit rates down is by selling water. Do you think if your scheme was knocking on $900 to $1,000 per unit, that you would be able to sell more water?
A hypothetical question.
Yes,
but,
definitely.
I think obviously that is a minor barrier, but for those that have a business case where water is essential to their business and they need it, they will, yes, they will, but they'll buy it.
Can I just add to that a wee bit? Yeah. When we developed the scheme, there was a lot of farmer voluntary labour put in, which kept the cost of their units down. Right, so I'm not sure that happened.
Yep, definitely.
So that's why it's important that we try and maintain, because we did all this voluntary to keep their costs down. So I don't know whether the other schemes are doing that or not.
They did.
Yeah, so
Everyone did.
They did, but not today.
No. I know the health and safety. I know all these. I know the rules have changed.
Ownership can be a bit of a precursor at times. Some people, yeah, when it comes to a point, you've got to let it go. They don't. So,
Perhaps I'll just say, I've been involved a lot of work through council, DIA. We came to the conclusion that the scheme, we weren't worried who owned the schemes. That became irrelevant when you actually think through the process. It's the retaining the input to be able to manage those schemes and retain the decision making as to where the development goes or doesn't go. And that is far more critically important to us than actually the actual ownership of the scheme. That, when you think about it, it doesn't actually make diddly squat difference who owns it. It's retaining that input into its management is what's critical.
100%.
Any, councillor Cathwood?
So then the question I'd ask you is, if there was an urban user of water, as an example, your rate might be 400, and the urban user of that same water pays the equivalent of 800 for a unit. It's the same water. Is that fair?
We at the moment, I know in our Clydevale scheme, and other schemes do, we supply the townships of Clinton. Now, Clinton, from our Clydevale Pomahaka Water Scheme Committee's perspective, is, and I'll put in brackets, another consumer. Just so happens they take 280 odd units of water. Once that water lands in their tank and their reservoir, we as a Clydevale Pomahaka Water Scheme have now fulfilled our contract. Just like we do when the water falls into my tank at home, you lose control of how I use that water or what happens to it. Now, getting back to the costs, I know that Clinton and Clinton and the small townships pay the same amount of water. Now, that's an internal council decision that's beyond the control of the water schemes.
Yeah. So for me, I represent a whole community, so a rural water scheme user and an urban user. And I'm just asking, do you think it's fair that a litre of water is a litre of water? It's a volume thing. It's delivered, it's the same water, it's delivered. It's delivered through a tap, one's delivered through a tank and a rural scheme. Shouldn't a litre be a litre? Isn't that fair?
Well, it is, and you're right. But
well, we're all one community.
The cost of delivering that litre of water varies between different schemes.
We should differentiate between, it's the same item, there should be a differentiation.
That's the way it is because different schemes have different costs, and in theory that should, I don't know, it probably doesn't reflect the land values and house values.
Any further questions, councillors? Well, thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time out of your day to come and speak to your submission. Thank you. Much appreciated. Toilets?
Well, next or not?
Yeah. Well, I thought you were running both of them at the same time.
Well, yeah, I haven't done the toilet one.
The what, mate, sorry?
I was wondering.
Oh, it was his own submission.
There you go, bro.
Oh, right, yeah, well, we've got time now. I thought you were delivering both at the same time.
No, it's just that I had a personal submission on the water schemes and as the Clydevale Pomahaka.
Oh, yeah, so what else are you going to?
I want to talk about public toilet funding.
Oh, yes, right. Go for it. All the way up and John.
Oh, yes.
Here we go. Right. Funding of public toilets. I currently pay, like a lot of rural people, a very disproportionate amount towards public toilet funding than our, let's be frank, our urban counterparts. Currently, I pay in excess of $900 on my rates bill for public toilet funding. And I've done a calculation from what's on my rates invoice, a house in wherever within the district that's worth $500,000, which is neither low nor high, is $33.30. Now, why, and I'm going to quote from your website, under your revenue and funding policy, the uniform annual general charge is used to fund activities that provide a relatively equal benefit to the whole district. Now, in my view, we all, and I'll put this politely, go to the toilet the same. And so you know, it seems grossly unfair that me personally, or my business, but also all rural people with high capital values are paying a far bigger proportionate amount for public toilet facilities than our urban counterparts. Now, the school I went to said that, well, is that, and I can't remember, I tried to look it up, but the website wouldn't let me find it out, was 47%, 53%, I'm not sure which way around it is of the public toilet funding is through the uniform annual charge, and the rest is on your capital value. I can't remember which way, but it makes diddly squat difference. It's near enough to 50%. And so, you know, it should be, we should be paying a lot, an equal amount for, well, a far more equitable amount each than others. Now, going back to our urban house at $33.30, if the whole lot was funded, 100% was funded through the uniform annual charge, it's going to put their rates up $33, which isn't, yes, it's $33, don't get me wrong, it's another $33, but it's not hugely significant. And so, so I put to you, why should the rural community and me be paying a disproportionate amount to the others for the same service? And I challenge you as councillors, where's the equity between public toilet usage and the capital value of a property?
Councillor Catherwood and then
I'll just
Councillor
ask my
Graham.
question again, is it litre of water, litre of water?
So therefore, we all pay the same.
Yeah.
on the toilets.
Happy with that? 100% UAGC, leader's a leader.
But we're funding a different thing. The water schemes own the scheme,
Same product.
have the same, it is the same product, you're right. But you go and buy a Toyota and go and buy a Mitsubishi, you'll find you pay two different prices, same thing, they're both motor cars.
Councillor Graham.
Yes, do you think maybe they're charging you a time and a turn?
Sorry, time.
They're charging you time and a turn.
Yes.
Thank you for that positive question, Councillor Graham. Any further questions, councillors?
It's me thinking.
Isn't it? What's that? Sorry, councillor, what's that?
I can see why you brought this to the table.
Councillors should be well aware of the reasons for it, and absolutely, if you council has the ability to make any change they wish, and you're quite right in terms of what you've said, in terms of the submission, and there's only one reason why it's not, and you can make a decision around that. It's the 30% cap on UAGC, and that was a decision of fixed charges, and you made a decision that it was the only way to keep under the cap, and so that was one of the things. It's always been identified, and if we have more headroom in the 30% cap, it's clearly something that can be changed.
And the LTP. Yeah.
Yes, at the LTP.
Yeah, that's all for next.
Yeah, but and rightly so what Steve was saying, but not all councillors do know. We've got some new councillors that won't be aware.
So 1 point, so John, 1 point.
Councillor McKenney.
Yeah, question the staff then. Yeah, so you just said that we cannot make a change to the UAGC through the annual plan, just to be through the LTP.
Well, you can change your rate, but you've got to consult on the rate.
Because I believe that the UAGC this year will only be mid to late 20s.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, it's not just the UAGC. It's a whole lot of our different rates, and different things fall in and out depending on how they're classified. So part of what Sharon does is gets advice from Simpson and Gresson each year. It says which of these rates, and by these definitions, which things fall into the certain category of rates, and which of these things fall into fixed charges. And you may have some more technical information on that, or you may not.
You wasn't standing up.
Okay. So we look at effectively the only reason we did it, we introduced it a few LTPs ago because we had to legally be able to rate. So that's the reason that the capital value component came in, and that's the rules that we have to. Otherwise, we would have had an illegal rating system.
So we don't disagree at all with the submission, and that's all factually correct, and we all agree with it. But you're only going to have an opportunity to make a change for that LTP, which will have a significant change. Remember we talked before, we're actually going to be interested because they're going to have to change the law. Remember we talked about where the UAGC percentage is going. They're going to change that.
I think it's on pause for 5 years. That is part of the legislation with the water changes.
But John asked the question, and hopefully you got some clarity of that, John.
Councillor, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, no, certainly, yeah.
It's easy to look on from the outside and say,
yes,
must be some other charges that you could alter to include the public toilets, because I really do think it's grossly unfair, the disparity and difference compared to the service we get. That's why I quoted you under your revenue and policy funding that, it's put it bluntly, you're milking the rural community.
No, you're not putting it bluntly, you're just putting it in your terminology, and there's others out there in our rural communities who brought it to our attention in the past too. So hopefully you got a wee bit of clarity on an answer to your question and the
I don't keep
submission.
reminding you, I've got to keep it before you.
Oh, don't worry, we get lots of questions that we can't answer, and we don't like the outcome either. So, but hey, in the meantime, thanks for coming to speak to your submission, John, or submission. Great. Yeah, right, we'll now move on to the Heriot Domain Board. Richard, welcome. Online team.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Right. So I just wanted to talk to our submission. So this is a continuation of last year's annual plan funding. So the council kindly agreed to fund the domain board, and it's just the running of the domain board, or the facilities in Heriot, and maintenance and that sort of thing. So what I wanted to talk about was, as I said, just to thank you for last year's funding. It was greatly appreciated, and it certainly went a long way to helping us keep facilities open. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a background. Some of it I've done in my submission, but just on the facilities and what we've done in the last year, and just a little bit of a background of why we've ended up in the position we are. Well, sort of. So essentially, the domain board facilities they're often mistaken as the Heriot Rugby Club, but it's actually it was originally built as the Heriot Sports Centre, and it did, they had rugby there, netball, cricket, but unfortunately cricket and netball fell away. Although this year I'm happy to advise that netball is back in Heriot, and for the first time since the early 90s, we have a team entered in the local Southern Region competition. So the facility is truly a sports centre again. So the facility includes, it's not just the rugby club club rooms / sports centre club rooms. It is there's also playground facilities. There's fields. There's a netball, basketball, tennis ball courts, and there's also an ex-bowling club where work, or that's an acronym for West Otago Rural Kids. So they were previously Dunrobin Cubs. They have their monthly get-togethers, and the facilities also provide public toilets for traffic through Heriot. So the community is still fully involved in the running of the facility. In the past, we had
So I mentioned we had local farmers ran livestock for us, and we were able to fund, maintenance and costs, expenses through the running of those livestock. Unfortunately, a lot of the individuals involved in that, they are well past retirement age and no longer involved. So that's why we came to the council last year to seek funding. In terms of the community and the voluntary work that still goes on, which is not directly Domain Board, but some of the things that have happened in the last year, we've done an upgrade of the concrete surface cleaned and repaired at the tennis courts, those netball courts. We've had new lines painted, we've had new hoops installed, we've had an adjustable basketball hoop installed, we've had a concrete wall built for the children to hit balls against, and we've had a local artist, Kath Garrett, paint a mural. We also had bench seats and tables and picnics. So all of this is being done by voluntary groups, not the Domain Board. Some of it, I believe, has been funded by part council, and a lot of it is from local businesses. Some of the new upgrades. So it is a central facility, and it would be a disaster if we lost the use of it. But anyway, so after that upgrade, I am pleased to advise that the inaugural Harriet Tennis Open was held on Otago Anniversary Day, and a local family, the Beck and Quinton Heslett, were the owners of Pukeruri Station. They were the inaugural winners of the Open. So, it's a facility that is well used by the local community. The Domain Board, in the past, as I said, has managed to fund it, but recently we've had to seek help from the council. So, as I say, this is just a continuation of hopefully that funding from last year. Some of the major expenses, our insurance is now approximately $5,000 a year. Our rates is between $2,500 and $3,000 a year. We have electricity. So the electricity, basically, in the rugby off season, we pay for the electricity to keep the place running. So that's another $1,500 to $2,000. And there's ongoing maintenance because it's a 50 to 60-year-old building. So as you can imagine, as well as COF and all those sorts of things. The other thing I wanted to highlight is some of the other projects that have happened. These haven't been funded by the Domain Board, but these have happened in the last 5 to 10 years. Like we've got a playground that cost approximately $30,000. Turns out playgrounds are quite expensive things. That was funded actually by the rugby club. And I can assure you that is a well-used resource on whenever there are events on there. It is absolutely covered with children. They've also done a new hot water system, shower system, that cost $35,000. Carpet and flooring, $15,000. New heat pumps, $5,000. So these are all things that the community has paid for to keep the place up to spec. As I say, it's just got too much, the insurance and rates and those sorts of things. So essentially, I'm just asking for continuation of last year's funding and looking forward to the long-term plan where we will make a submission to try and have this funded long-term. That's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Richard. Question, I see you've ticked the boxes with the additional budget expenditure information, invoices and quotes and other supporting documents that don't actually see an expenditure report like most of the other facilities that are applying where they supply what's been going on. Did you send it in or have we missed it in there?
I must have missed it. It is, all of the whole thing is, comes from, is managed by the council. So accounts are all done by the council.
Right, okay, I just see one of our policy guys putting his hand up. Yeah, you got it.
Through you there. We discussed this with the community services team. They actually have all of the information because they run the financials, so it'll be presented to you as part of the decision.
Right, yeah, well, that would have been quite useful to have that today as well, at the hearings, if you could pass it on. Simon, Councillor McIntyre.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I might have asked the Keeley question last year. I'm pretty involved with the Clutha Valley Recreation Ground and the Clutha Valley Rugby Club, which have a very similar arrangement. I have had a study of the Heriot's Rugby Club accounts, and I'm a bit puzzled as to why you only charge them ground rental of $800 when they have at least a couple of $100,000 in the bank and made a profit of about 30,000 last year. So I know they contribute, but yeah.
I don't even think we're charging them that, to be honest. $800.
If not, why not?
Ground rental.
Major tenants. Well, I'm just questioning how good's the relationship there between the major tenant and the main board.
Well, the intention is this year to actually, well, we can't combine the two. We are looking to do exactly the same as you guys have done. Try and get the same people on both committees to work to amalgamate, so that, as I say, we're expecting the rugby club to come to the party as well. As I say, at the AGM, we are expecting to join the two groups effectively. Are we close? Probably not at the moment, but we're hoping to resolve that.
You may not need to amalgamate, but you can work together.
Yeah.
Councillor McIntyre, in reply to your question too, I'm very well aware of numerous community facilities throughout the district that do have affiliation fees to other organisations, and yes, they all pay equally, because it's a bit like Councillor Catherwood's litre of water. It's the same for everyone in our rural communities. So, but it would have been very helpful if we had had the financials here, is what I'd like to stress. After all, it is ticked in here and it's not, so that we do control them, so we'll get a look at them. Councillor Frost.
I just have a question around, so you obviously used to have pretty good funding from the rural area in Heriot around livestock being grazed for the domain. So are you saying long term you don't think that the next generation are going to be as helpful in that area, or is that money at the moment been used for those other jobs that you have done at the domain? And will you still require more funding in the future for development?
So I am absolutely saying that the generation is not as helpful as the previous one. In terms of the livestock, we don't have people on the domain board that are prepared to run those livestock. Obviously, we'd have to purchase again. In terms of the domain board, hasn't funded any of those other projects. They've all been funded by either the rugby club or others within the community.
Thank you.
The domain board hasn't been financially sound since probably 2 years. We haven't had the stock to be able to generate income.
Thank you. Any more questions, councillors? Oh, well, thank you, Richard, for taking the time of your day to present to your submission.
Thank you. And as I say, thank you for last year as well. Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Right, now we're back on track again. We got the West Otago Community Centre Society Incorporated in the room. Welcome, gentlemen. We've had a few others make the journey from West Otago today.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Hey, we're in a fuel crisis. Welcome.
3 of you, eh? 2 backups.
Strength in numbers.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And just to make sure I don't swear, we've got it all written out.
Lovely. That's the
No
spirit.
guarantees about it, nothing. Right, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to address the Clutha District Council public submission hearing for the 2026-27 draft annual plan. Firstly, some brief introductions. For those who don't know, my name is Hans van der Linden. I'm the Treasurer for the West Otago Community Centre Management Committee. I have been and intend to carry on being the main interface between our committee, council, building contractors, and potentially charitable grant funders. Our chairperson, Robin Kane, here beside me. Robin will continue to lead our committee. Plassie has taken on a role of chairing a recently formed community fundraising committee. The event planning is now underway. Lastly, I'd like to introduce Alistair Biding, sitting over there, for those who don't know him. So like myself, Alistair is a past trustee and now director, and the current chairperson of the West Otago Health. He was the project lead for the West Otago Health Facility build project some 13 years ago, and the same again for the more recently completed extension build to our Rimwood Rest Home. Alistair and I still work closely together, with myself looking after the money go around, keeping abreast of developments and pushing on the scrum where necessary. Because he recognises the importance of our rebuild project for the West Otago community, he has agreed to fill a support role for myself, deputise for me if necessary, and cast a fresh set of eyes over our project detail. Now, councillors and senior Clutha District Council staff have recently inspected our community facilities and understand the status of both buildings involved. Irrespective of the funding decision made for the current annual plan, sitting on our hands and doing nothing is not a viable long-term option. To date, we've invested near $1 million on stages 1 and 2 of our midlife upgrade program, being roof strengthening for both theatre and squash courts, plus re-roofing these and the main hall's roof. We have also upgraded the rigging and the electrical systems in the theatre to ensure compliance for this brilliant asset. Should council approve our grant as requested, on completion, the West Otago community will have funded near 40% of the 3 combined stages based on current projections. So the project update, Green Construction Company design team have completed the developed design. This has incurred a cost of $77,000. Council has made provision for $65,000 to be applied towards this in the 25-26 annual plan. On presenting the updated project price estimate, Greens have highlighted the risk generated by supply chain disruption resulting from the current Middle East hostilities. As a precaution, they've added a 10% fluctuating contingency to their project estimate, which may or may not be needed in full, but to potentially lifting the combined completed cost to anywhere between 3.5 and 3.6 million. Previously, we had been working on an indicative estimated finished figure in the vicinity of 3.25. The next step is to complete the detailed design. On completion of this, plans will be at a stage where building consents can be lodged and fixed project price identified by Greens, subject no doubt to material price movements. A further cost of $72,000 will be incurred for this work, so we have placed this on pause until such time as council has made a decision to commit. A 10-week design process is anticipated. This to be followed by an estimated 6 to 8 week consenting process, say 4 to 5 months in total to progress the project ready to start. Decision points for today, subject to council approval of funds. Greens Construction have indicated that they have availability and have penciled in
provision to commence demolition of existing structures in January 2027. This would enable them to get out of the mud prior to winter. This would be some 6 to 8 months earlier than first anticipated by us. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Not only would we be assured of workforce availability, probably requiring considerable scheduling and programming for a significant build team, but also identify a fixed start date. This would then give council a 6-month lead in window in which to arrange to relocate Tapanui Library and Service Centre. There may also then be the opportunity to pre-purchase material to lock in price points. To commit to this proposed schedule, we will need to proceed with detailed planning as soon as a decision is made by council to enable the anticipated timeframes to be achieved. Secondly, a significant amount of our community funding contribution will need to be sourced from charitable grants. This will not likely to be achieved by the start date, particularly as we have just been advised of the restructuring of the Lotteries Commission distribution committees, and in particular the disestablishment of the Communities Facilities Fund, to which we had intended to apply. As it stands today, there is not yet a confirmed pathway or time frame for a project like ours to apply for funds. We were previously hopeful that a significant Lotteries Commission grant would underpin our fundraising efforts. Regardless, we think and recommend that a January 2027 start date be adopted. Kicking the can down the road will only increase uncertainty and risk further price escalation. Once we've knocked over the old buildings, we'll have no option but to complete the project. It remains for both the West Otago Community Centre Management Committee and Council to consider and align their view on how the potential financial risk can be best managed. So therefore, let us now debate how we can hopefully get to the point of pushing the start button. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans. Councillors, questions?
Very good talk.
Must have been. We're at the other end of the day too, they might be exhausted.
Oh,
okay. Councillor Catherine, I know you've got something to say.
It's thorough. I understand the project. Yep. I understand the submission.
Councillors, it's a good time to ask those questions because the decision day will be coming around soon and it's a pretty big project.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hans, just thank you for submitting and speaking to your submission. How concerned are you about your external funding sources not being available? So we all know that lotteries have rejigged what they're doing. Are there other options available outside them that may pick up a bit of slack?
Yes, I have been talking to TCF. We've already had $200,000 off them, but there's every chance that, particularly if we can give them an application that doesn't necessarily have to be funded in a particular period, and if they have somewhere along the line extra money to hand out, there could be a source of funds. Community Trust South, I've been also talking to them. Unfortunately, they've got a cap of 50,000 on the grant allocations at present, but that may hopefully change this season. So yeah, we're chipping away at 1 or 2 other options. Unfortunately, it was the Community Facilities Fund, which was we'd all been encouraged to apply to by DIA as being. Yeah, so but the dilemma with that is we can sit here on our hands and wait to see what happens, but either we're going to get the money or not regardless, and either way the problem will be the same. I mean, obviously, to raise anything up between 750 and $1 million is going to be a pretty big ask without it. You know, we will no doubt get to the hundreds of thousands, hopefully, but not. So I'm not sure how we go about that.
Just a further question for you, Your Worship. So I know with West Otago Health, did you take out a loan from council and that was funded through a targeted rate, or local ward rate or something?
Grant that was funded by rate.
Okay. So is that something that's being considered maybe as an option on top of?
In our new constitution, we can't
No,
actually
not us.
borrow.
If these guys don't.
They can for us.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So there could be another way to skin the cat.
Oh, potentially.
Thank you.
Councillor McAtamney.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. So we've gone out and consulted on a certain rate, community-based rate in UAGC for this community centre. If you went to get that external funding, do you think the West Otago community would be prepared to pay a higher community rate for this facility?
I can only speak for myself. I'm happy, it doesn't worry me. I'm not to say everyone's in the same boat, obviously.
Yep.
But all I would say is that the facility, sooner or later, or the combined facility, is being used by 90% of the West Otago people. So they would have contact with it somewhere, if not more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's probably, to my mind, the fairest way of trying to make up shortfalls rather than try and target individuals to make up significant sums.
We can loan more, but it's a question of who
Who
borrow more, who pays for it.
Yeah.
Who pays the servicing cost.
Yeah.
Councillor Cathal.
Just the lottery's changing, lottery's funding allocation. It's still going to be allocated out to community.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I'm not actually not. Yeah. Are you seriously concerned that you?
No,
wouldn't qualify, because as far from what I've read in the media is that it's still going to be going to community.
Exactly. So my only concern was that we had been programming to submit for the grant period ending in beginning of September, which would have meant by November we would have known what the status was. Okay, so now we don't know.
Minor time.
Yeah, so maybe Juanita will let us know as soon as she's got some idea of what's going to be put in its place. But you know, you would think it would. No, Bill, I made that comment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that risk element.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden we don't know.
Yeah.
And you've got to assume that the money's still there. I mean, that fund had a lot of money in it over the years. She was still talking quite large amounts.
Yes, and it's allocated to the region. So.
Yeah.
Councillor. Can I go again, please? Yeah. So just on that
last one.
Yeah, Lotteries Commission. Do they give money retrospectively?
Yes, I've discussed that also with Juanita, and she's indicated that it's a project of the scale. I mean, considering that I've been working with for the last couple of years, she seemed to think that would be fine. Normally they wouldn't for the smaller projects, but something like this, she didn't think it would be an issue.
But we always did it in 3 stages, and they always knew we were going to come back again. So it's not news to them at all.
Very good. Now, well, we've exhausted the questions for these. Oh, Councillor McCrosty.
So as far as it goes, Hans, if you had an answer from us or council, it will also help you with Lotteries Commission, et cetera, et cetera. It gives you.
We can't apply unless we've got at least 2/3 of the funds secured. So that's a chicken and the egg all the time. As I say, I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is, but constantly kicking it down the can down the road is not really the answer either. So
It's not going to get cheaper.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, because you just sit there spinning wheels and finish.
Steve's got a question for you.
Just 2 questions in terms of the submission team. With your advice of the increased contingency risk in terms of the project costs, are you asking? So we've gone out with a certain amount, and that. Are you asking that council should give consideration to an increased amount based on the submission in terms of council funding? That's the first question.
At this point, not necessarily, because it won't necessarily. It's only just in case that they put into the updated estimate, but we just need to be aware that potentially we could well wind up whatever the final figure is that it escalates by. Because our whole budgets were based on about 3.2 or thereabouts, finished, including consent fees, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but the decision that council that is being asked to make on decision day will just be in accordance with what was consulted on. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's all we're asking you.
Well, at this point, I don't have the opportunity to change it. You can throw some more in there if we think that's.
Well, we can't.
It's not about throwing more in.
Consult on the value, it's in the consultation document, we can't adjust it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the second question is, for council is always very careful in approving funding when there is obviously a gap in funding that's to be filled by third-party funding. We had that for the Milton swimming pool, for example, where the community group is committed to funding the third-party aspect of it. And there was discussion and consultation around that and questions about that side. But in giving a decision, council accepted the risk that they would approve the funding and the community group would fundraise for the rest. And so when council's making their decision again, I suppose I just want to give you another opportunity, is that they have to consider that risk around, and they'll be asked to do that risk around filling the gap between what they're going to be providing you and getting the project moving and the third-party funding that's necessary. So what I'm asking is trying to be a little bit more positive and assertive from your group around the commitment to secure the difference in funding between council's contribution and the total project cost. Because otherwise council's going to say, some of the councillors would legitimately ask the question, well, how can we guarantee that we're going to be able to, or how can we reduce the risk, or the risk is too high that we're not going to get the difference? So you're being very transparent with the current funding problems with lotteries and other bits and pieces, but council does need some sort of comfort that the group is committed to funding that gap. So I just want to see that you can give a bit more comfort around the group's commitment to that.
So, but all I can speak of at this point is probably the funds on hand, which are probably the community centre reserves. There's probably still 100,000 available there after we haven't already spent 180. I believe that there may be some, hopeful there may be some funds sitting in the community board that they may wish to apply. So let's for around figures double that. So that puts it as a couple. And then Robert's going to go out and do line dancing and all sorts of things. Hopefully do another 100, so there's 300. And that's where I say that's where we were looking at the other lotteries, TCF, and Community Trust South to make that up. At the end of the day, I can't answer that till but that's what the numbers going to look like. So that added to the 2.5, got us over the line, relatively comfortably. It's a bit difficult. I mean, the rules change at a day's notice, isn't it? Because the sums involved is getting a bit bigger. So, yeah, I haven't. All we can say is that we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any further questions, councillors? Well, on that note, gentlemen, once again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to come and see us from Mighty West Otago. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Well, we had a cancellation, so this will be our last group speaking to us this afternoon, councillors. So welcome, ladies.
Comes every year.
Yeah, it's true.
Comes every year. Yeah, it's not here.
Welcome, ladies. Talking about risk. We've got the accountant present in the room now, so I'm very nervous.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor and Councillors. I'll just introduce us. So my name's, I think I actually know most of you, but my name is Mary Woodjoe. So I'm the manager at Te Parramatta O, the Clutha District War Memorial and Community Centre. And here with me is Natasha Monroe and Nicole Edwards, two of our trustees. So I'm going to kick things off and then hand over to Nicole to cover the financial aspect. So first of all, we just want to say a really big thank you for your support of the facility to date. So it's been really valuable to us and in turn benefits the wider Clutha District community. It's also been really fabulous to see the car park sealed this year, and this has marked a real milestone in the development of the project and in finishing it off. So thank you to the council for this. 2025 was our second full year of operation, in which we saw significant growth and increased use of the facility. It's really encouraging to see it delivering on its intended purpose to become a central meeting place for the Clutha District, with both residents and visitors actively using the space. Here are some stats just to give an idea on usage, so, and you can refer to these in our submission as well. So last year we had 1,366 bookings, so that's meeting room hire, event spaces and hot desk users. Within that were 35,517 participants, and we had over 42,000 people just visiting the building. So that's coming in using the public toilets or seeing the eyesight, that kind of thing. And volunteers have given approximately 1,370 hours of their time. So our tenancies are now filled, with the exception of the front tenancy space, in which we're in the initial planning stages to develop into offices. And we have interested tenants for when they're ready for occupancy. The co-work has also really come away in the past year, and it's been rewarding to see the benefits of it for our regular users. As the project continues to mature and evolve, the focus remains on building a thriving, inspiring and financially sustainable multi-purpose facility for the district. So the momentum achieved so far has provided a solid foundation for ongoing growth, which will ensure the space continues to generate meaningful social, cultural and economic impact for the district. We continue to aim for financial sustainability. So although we are reliant on an operational grant from council this year, we are making really good progress. It's a challenging, as you know, it's a challenging financial climate to operate in at the moment, and operational costs have risen substantially since the initial financial projections were made. The facility continues to host a diverse range of events and users, reflecting the broad needs of our district, from community and cultural events through to business meetings, training workshops. The space has been actively utilised by local groups, organisations, businesses and agencies. It's become a place where people come not only to attend events, but to work, collaborate, share ideas and build connections. So it's further strengthening its role as a central hub for the Clutha District. So in closing, we're really proud of the progress we've made so far, and the role this facility is playing in bringing people together across the district. With your continued support, we're confident we can build on this momentum and deliver a truly sustainable, thriving hub for our community. So thank you again for your ongoing commitment, and we look forward to continuing this journey with you. I'll now hand over to Nicole.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. As Mary has introduced, I am Nicole Edwards. I'm a trustee of the board and an accountant at Shan Thompson. So obviously we would once again like to thank Council for their ongoing support of Te Poma and also the wider community for their use and engagement of the facility so far. We are here today to support our request for a grant of $80,000 from the council. So the impact report that was submitted with our submission outlines the significant benefits this facility brings to the whole of the district. Included with our submission is a background paper which provides a history of the facility, where it began in 2016, 2017 as a planning project to where it is today, 9 years on. We do encourage you to read this and become familiar with it, as we believe it is important that our council and councillors are aware of the history. Just as a reminder for the new councillors in the room, Te Poma was a significant project for the community. It is 100% equity funded and remains this way with no external debt funding. The build came in under budget at 24.4 million and was funded by 12.4 million from council, 9.9 million from central government, 2.2 million from Otago Community Trust, and the balance was from some smaller community grants and organisations. 2025 was our first full financial year of operations, and with the building being officially opened in August 2023. As referred to in our impact report, the audited 2025 financial statements recorded a deficit for the year of 815,704, which is after depreciation of 675,966. So the actual operating deficit was 139,738, with our highest operational expenses being wages of almost 262,000, which was 55% of our operating revenue. Electricity of 114,000, which is 24% of our revenue, and insurance of 66,000, which was 14% of our operating revenue. The deficit was covered by cash reserves, which arose from the surplus we achieved after completing the successful build project. We are nearing the end of the 2026 financial year, and we are forecasting a small net operating surplus of 8,500, which is accounting for actuals to 31 March and budget to 30 June. And this includes the council grant of 80,000, which we received in August last year. This year, we successfully secured additional operational funding grants sourced from Community Organisation Grant Scheme, which is COGS, and New Zealand Lotteries. Without these grants and the continued support of council, we would be facing a cash operational deficit of 156,000. The funds expected to be in the bank at 30 June 2026 is around $52,000, and there is an additional $74,000 on term deposit, which has been set aside as a contribution to the War Memorial Wing, which was earmarked when the building development began. The impact report outlines what has been achieved for the community and the multitude of users for the facility and the value of the facility and what our plans are to further develop what we have. Our draft operational forecast cash flow for 2027 hasn't formally been adopted at a trustee meeting, so it is a draft stage, and we are forecasting a deficit of $3,000. This includes an assumption that the council will continue to support the facility to the level of $80,000. This deficit also allows for an assumed $5,000 grant from COGS and a confirmed $30,000 grant from lotteries. If we didn't have these grants, we'd be looking at an operational deficit of $118,000. And while we do have a small sum of funds in the bank, a financial buffer is necessary as a safety net and to cover our working capital requirements. From a financial perspective, our focus is to lease the remaining vacant space on the ground floor. There has been interest expressed over the year, but nothing has materialised at this point. We are looking at creating more office space in this area, and we are working hard to ensure that this is developed and tenanted this year. Our goal has always been to strive for financial sustainability, and it is important to point out that we, as volunteer trustees, are inappropriately personally liable for the financial health of this very significant community asset. Finally, we note the recent $100 million investment by Silver Fern Farms in Finnegan is an exciting signal of further growth potential and confidence in our region. Facilities like Tupoma play a critical role in supporting that growth, providing a positive environment to invest in the district, helping attract people, foster community connection, and promote cultural diversity. We remain committed to ensuring Tupoma continues to uphold its core values of culture, heritage, community, and wellbeing. Thank you.
Right. You've heard it. Questions, please, councillor, for the ladies. Councillor Smith.
Great report, ladies. Hey, with the plans going ahead on its early days through the meetings and that of your front empty space, if that gets tenanted out and everything goes to plan, probably there'll be no need in future years to ask for funding from council.
Don't answer it.
Well, no, they answer it every year.
No, appreciate that.
Reset.
Ideally, no. The space is to hit that gap, and it has been untenanted for quite some time.
Yeah, just with the plans, I know what you're looking at that could reduce the requirement for.
Absolutely. Yep. Reduce it, absolutely.
Any further questions, councillor? Councillor Catholic.
I don't think I'll ask a question.
Well, you don't have one then. Any other questions?
Oh, I just, so I know.
So you do have a question.
No, just, so you've got a budget of, like 27, January 27, you've got
Which one's
an increase here of 5,000 a month in tenancy.
Yep.
So that's happening in January 27, how's that happening?
That's the tenancy that we're hoping to have, the front space. We can get that off.
5,000 per month.
That is, as we say, a draft budget at this point. Yep.
I'll just add it to Councillor Cathwood. So how many rooms are you hoping to get?
5 offices.
5 offices.
Yeah, yeah. So we're hopeful that it could end up being more than that, but in terms of revenue. So
Yes. Yeah. And how far away is that from?
well, we're estimating to have people in by January, but it really depends on contractors and including
Natasha.
So there's a bit of a process to go through because we've been looking to fund it via a loan to the trust, external council, so we're looking for a bank loan. So the cost would need to be recovered within that tenancy lease amount as well. So we do have to do that reforecasting, but at the moment we had to do that sustainably, so we've had to wait for the rest of the facility to get to that point of full capacity. So for us to get that lending, we need to show that demand. So we're at that point now where we've got the demand, so it's just working through that process with draft design and then some, costing around what that's going to be to fit it out, so then we can actually go to the bank.
Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation. So have you got heads of agreement signed with these potential tenants?
No. We're not at the agreement stage. We need to get the plans finalised and then we can go ahead with that. Yes. Yeah. But it's looking very, very likely. Yeah.
Thank you.
To the point where they're willing to use our storage cupboard at the moment.
Yeah.
Well done. You have another question out of Councillor Catherwood.
Oh, it's just a great facility. It's great to see the community using it. It's awesome. I've always wondered. So I'm just looking here. That wonderful commercial kitchen that would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to fit out returns $2,500. I actually remember asking Councillor Payne, he was still around the table. I mean, that empty space down the side, you'd earmarked it for an eatery. You always had a plan, that was your original plans. It was going to be a cafe. Well, I could never understand why you'd sit back and allow a beautiful kitchen that only returns $2,500, and you could have had that tenancy. That could have been a thriving. It could have had a great return by now.
So that front tenancy space was always earmarked in our projections as a commercially tenanted space. It didn't have a cafe.
That's what I was talking
essentially earmarked. It was whoever wanted to come in as a commercial entity and pay for the fit out, because there was no point in us taking it too far with a kitchen when it potentially wouldn't have been that. And we've had a lot of interest from various different types of commercial entities over time, but it just wasn't viable to put any effort into turning that into a commercial kitchen space. And even though we've got the one at the back as well, that had been considered as a model with some of those tenancies that were interested in using it in that way, but we still need a commercial kitchen available to the whole facility because of the types of events that we have there. Yeah, we can't not have it as a commercial space, so we did look at it as a mixed usage. We did, we couldn't offer dinners or celebrations like that if we didn't have a kitchen people can use. So that's what it was for.
You mean the people that have the event couldn't use the people that had the rights to it to supply the catering?
Oh, absolutely.
Of course you could.
Yeah, absolutely. They couldn't have
question.
Yeah, it depends on the function. Yeah.
No further questions from the ladies, councillors? Oh, well, hey,
Yeah, we're beating Cromwell. We're going well.
We initially, like the trust, we worked with the Cromwell community about 9 years ago. So we were at the same stage as what they were when we first started. So I think they've gone down a different path of getting it off the ground, but it's a little bit in different ways.
All right, excellent. Yeah. So is that it? You all exhausted your questions? I hear a bit of chatter around the table, council there.
No, I'm good.
Oh, that's good. Oh, well, thank you very much, ladies, for
Thank
taking
you.
the time out of your day and coming to support your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that draws today's verbal session to a close. It's 4:46, so I think we've done extremely well. Thank you for your help today, people, and we will close the meeting.